Welcome in, guys. This is the 475th episode of the Dean Withers Show for everybody that's joining us on this great Wednesday afternoon. Honestly, I kind of lose track of the days of the week since I do this 7 days a week. I appreciate you for being here. Guys, we have so much to go through today. The breaking news is breaking as per usual. I mean, every single day Donald Trump does something new to prove to us all why he is such a shitty president. So we'll hop into that here momentarily. The first thing that I want to go through is if you happen to be new here, welcome in. You are in for a wild ride for 4 hours a day. We talk to Trump supporters that we disagree with and we try to change their minds, but usually we end up getting some of the craziest motherfuckers alive. Now, the first thing I'd like to bring to everybody's attention is we are going to be expanding the topics of debates for these live streams pretty soon, from just specifically being Trump supporters to more so encompassing of a lot of people just generally on the right, in an attempt to get more people to vote generally for the left in the midterm elections. So expect that change to be coming soon. It's just been increasingly difficult to find Trump supporters as of recently. So we're going to kind of refocus more so just on Republicans, because frankly, today Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history. And I'm sure that there are a ton of Republicans that are still going to vote red in the midterms that don't actually support Trump. So do expect that soon. Now, quickly before we hop into that very first debate of the day, we already have Sky, a 21-year-old from Texas who supports Trump, connected to the live stream. I quickly want to go through the breaking news. Today, the Trump administration has confirmed that they will not cooperate with the one and only criminal investigation into the Epstein files in the United States of America. The one criminal investigation into the Epstein files in our country is in New Mexico, where the Attorney General has launched a criminal investigation to Epstein's Zorro Ranch concerning his co-conspirators. They believe that there's an investigation that could be done at the ranch to find out more about the individuals involved with Epstein's sex trafficking ring. And the thing is, the AG asked the Trump administration to please give them some key unredacted files that could serve as supporting evidence into Epstein's or a ranch or his co-conspirators. And the Trump administration responded by saying, nope, we're not going to cooperate. We're not going to give you anything to help your investigation. So genuinely, if it wasn't clear to you yesterday or the day before or the month before, Trump doesn't care. He doesn't care about victims of sexual abuse. He doesn't care about victims of child sex trafficking rings. He doesn't care about the children that were raped repeatedly by Epstein and his co-conspirators. He infringed on the law and defied Congress by preventing the release of the files to begin with, and now is even unwilling to cooperate with a state that has launched a criminal investigation into the nature of the files. And it leaves me, and probably you too, with a really big question. Why? Well, I think it's pretty easy to connect the dots. Donald Trump told MTG, allegedly, that he didn't want the files released because it really hurt people that he cared about. Then he blocked the release of the files, including him illegally redacting an accusation against himself. And now there's a total of 2 million Epstein files that have still never seen the light of day, even though the law forced the release of them. And today, we're learning that they're not even willing to cooperate with the only criminal investigation into the files in our country. I think the only man that would go through all of those exhaustive steps to prevent the release of the files, to break the law, defy Congress, and impede on criminal investigations, the only type of man that would do that is a guilty man. Now, I don't know exactly what I could say word for word verbatim. I feel like I might get a quote-unquote misinformation flag on TikTok for that as I have in the past. But I'm going to leave everything that I've just set up to your interpretation. You see the very obvious takeaway from everything that we just discussed. Let's go ahead and hop into that very first Trump debate of the day. We have, like I said, our very first Trump supporter. Their name is Sky. They're from Texas. They're 21 years old. Now, Sky did tell us before we started the live stream that they support Trump, not necessarily because they think they're the best president ever. They could criticize some of his actions, especially in his second administration, but they still adhere to the claim that if Harris had won the election, things would be worse off. So, Sky, I'm going to pass the mic over to you at this moment in time. I actually want you to start there. Tell us why you think things would be worse off if Trump had lost the last presidential election.
Well, I mean, just based on, the amount of stuff that I was seeing on the news about she was letting all these immigrants in and under Joe Biden, and it was just turning out to be really unsafe out in places. And Texas has become, you know a lot more unsafe, and it's not getting better. And me thinking that I would vote for Trump, and I don't know, it'd be safer. He'd be getting all these bad aliens out, and it would just be better. But it hasn't gotten better, and it's actually gotten more violent because of protesters and just bad people.
Harmony, thank you for the
And
galaxy.
it's just not the kind I have a daughter, an 8-month-old daughter, and I just don't, it's not a safe world anymore. And so voting for Trump, I was just under the impression that he would make America great again. But
Yeah, because that's what he told you. First and foremost, apparently I'm streaming during the World Cup final. What an interesting decision from my end. I probably should have checked that beforehand. For everybody that's tuned in, I appreciate you for being here. I mean, wow. I'm really surprised that we even have 22,000 viewers on TikTok right now during. Oh, it's not the final, it's the semifinal? Okay, I'm out of the loop. My apologies, everybody. I was convinced it was the final. I thought the final was between England and Argentina. If you guys can't tell, I'm not really keeping up with it. Outside of what I happen to see on my For You page. Semifinal. Okay, come on, Dean. I should know better. Semifinal. All right, L. Dean's in the chat. Let's go to respond to what this guest had to say. So you told us that you think Harris let a lot of very violent immigrants into our country, and they made our country, specifically the state of Texas, a lot less safe. That's not true. Immigrants actually make America a safer country. According to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 4 times less likely to commit non-violent crimes on American soil compared to the average U.S.-born citizen. If you're in a city flooded with undocumented immigrants, you'd actually be safer in that city than a city with no undocumented immigrants.
Okay, I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I hear that. I haven't seen that. I've seen a lot of just bad people that I'm not gonna be like racist and go all out and just they're Spanish people, and most of them don't speak English, and they cause mayhem, literally.
Is that what
Like
you
breaking
see
into
on the
people's
news?
cars.
You see that on the
Well, no,
news?
I live it here in Texas. I mean, there's people breaking into people's cars, and
So you've like
they're
seen an
just
undocumented immigrant break into somebody's car, or have you just heard that an undocumented immigrant broke into somebody's car?
no, I've seen it. I don't know if they're undocumented, but I mean, they don't speak English. Like, we
How do you,
confronted them
how do you know that they don't speak English?
because we confronted them, and we were telling them to not, you know, try and break into our car,
Well, if,
and they
if
were
I was
like,
a criminal and I happened to speak both Spanish and English, and then somebody speaking English confronted me, I would probably pretend as if I didn't know English. So I think that I don't think that tells you that they don't know English, and that certainly also doesn't tell you that they're not an American citizen, as there are many American citizens who are bilingual and many American citizens that don't speak English at all. The language that somebody speaks is not a good standard of determining their citizenship status. Now, here's what I will say. It's very possible that that was an undocumented immigrant, of course, because earlier I said that they are multiple times less likely to commit crimes, not that they don't commit any crimes at all. But what matters here is not that they don't commit crimes, but rather they're significantly less likely to than citizens. Now, they actually left in the middle of that statement. I don't know why. I thought that we were going to have a good conversation, and they just hit the road running. So whatever. We're going to move on to the next guest. Whatever. We're gonna move on to the next guest. That's really unfortunate. I guess it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Whatever. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue right now. If you do happen to be a Trump supporter, Miss Caitlin, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And Rachel, thank you for the meteor shower. Caitlin with a 5 on PayPal says, did you see what the Colorado governor said on Facebook about socialism? If so, what are your thoughts? I've not seen what our shitty governor said about socialism on Facebook, but he sucks. I absolutely hate him. I think he's a terrible Republican in disguise.
Dean, before you ban me, what's your opinion on the World Cup and ice?
I'm sorry. I'm just going to ban you because you are breaking our rules. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Let me know down below in that comment section if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump who wants to join. For everybody watching that live stream, hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of the phone screen. And after you hit that, that share button, excuse me, hit that yellow repost button. That will really help us get more people in here for debates. And Rare, thank you so much for the jellyfish. Welcome into You Support Trump, Candace.
Oh my God!
Candace, am I going to ban you? Am I going to ban you, Candace, or are you here to debate? Okay, I'm going to ban you, Candace. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Alrighty here. This person's name is LibDestroyer420. Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. All right, Absurd J, thank you for the $10 who says, happy late 18th birthday, young man. If you know, you know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Me as a 21-year-old celebrated my 18th birthday yesterday. And the Torture with the 10-years. Don't worry about it, Sorcha. I thought it was funny. And then Fran, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, please let her know that we are not Spanish. Most immigrants in the U.S. are Latin American. Yeah, super true. I think that a lot of people really get that confused, but it's not that hard to understand. Being Spanish is a nationality. It might even be an ethnicity. I think for the most part it's a nationality, though. But speaking Spanish, that's speaking a language. And there's a difference between Spanish as a fact of one's identity, such as their nationality or maybe ethnicity, I don't know, and, you know, a matter of fact of the language that somebody is speaking. Lib Destroyer, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, sir.
Oh, jeez, that's just terrible. That's just terrible. I mean, I really hate that. I really hate that. Well, we'll talk about it. Hopefully, I'll be able to change your mind and pull you out of your conspiracy nonsense. Let me thank a couple people first, though. Jay Loves, thank you for the $10 in Super Chat, who says, was waiting for you to go live. Got to stand at the gate for 12 hours. This helps. Jay Loves, it's good to see you today, my friend. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 Jay Loves W's on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kaylee, for the $1. Autumn, thank you for the $15. Who says, Dean, want to remind you that we love and need you. Weird vibes lately. Just want to make sure that you're staying safe. I appreciate you, Autumn. We have been getting some weird vibes lately. Yesterday's stream was so odd. Jack, thank you for the $5. Will you be live for Trump's address to the nation Thursday night? Yes, I'm always live during his addresses to the nation. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you so much, Dean, for changing my life. You've really made me realize so much, and I'm so grateful for your debates. Well, I'm so grateful for you, Jocelyn, and hopefully that you enjoy them today. Same thing to Callie, that is C-A-L-L-I. Thank you so much for the $20. Oh my goodness, Callie, thank you. Who says, just wanted to say that you've really opened up my mind to everything because I was supporting Trump, because that's what I grew up around. Any views on Trump's debate today? He had a debate today? I guess I haven't seen that. But I am so happy that I was able to change your mind, Callie. That's fantastic. Thank you for the $20 as well. That is very kind. Jessica, thank you so much for the $11. I'll check that debate out. That sounds like a good one. Sydney, thank you for the $14. Who says, hey, Dean, why aren't you live on YouTube too? Don't worry, Sydney. Now I am. Go check it out. Appreciate you for the $14, my friend. And with all that being said, we're caught up on Super Chat and Venmo. A couple people to thank on PayPal, but I'm going to let this guest start their argument. I'll weave in the thank yous in the middle of the debate. Why don't you take it away, Lib Destroyer? Tell us why you support Trump.
You can go ahead and finish, dude. No rush.
No, bro. I want to hear why you support Trump, my friend.
All right. Well, I'm on the fence, kind of.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're on the fence, this should be able to change your mind. Would you still support Trump if he basically called for the execution of his political opponents, one, and attempted to illegally succumb the Constitution, usurp this Constitution more so, in an attempt to unconstitutionally prohibit the federal government from investigating him for crime?
Well, first off, I'd appreciate it if you let me finish speaking before you so rudely interrupt me when I'm just trying to start talking. But nonetheless, it's what you do, and I appreciate you for that. But anyway, your first point, I don't care what he reposted or retweeted. Okay, I don't care what he reposts.
But you care about me
interrupting I don't care what this man
you?
tweets on. I don't care what he does on the internet.
You care about me interrupting you, but you don't care about him calling for the execution of his political opponents.
Well, this is your problem. You don't hear people out all the way, and you're quick to jump down people's throats before they even let out.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. Could we agree that I'm on the internet right now?
I'm not playing these little games with you, dude.
So you care about what I do on the internet, but you don't care about what Trump does on the internet?
We've spoken plenty of times before.
Why don't you go ahead and respond to what I just said? You just finished stating that you don't care what Trump does on the internet, and that's why you don't mind that he called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. But then you start like crashing out, obviously very frustrated via the tone of your voice, because you think that I'm like too rude to Trump supporters on the internet. So explain to me why you do care about what I do on the internet, but you don't care about what Trump, the president, does on the internet.
I really don't care what you do either. I'm just here to call it out.
Okay, well, if you are here to call it out, then you care. You only call out things that you care about.
Do you want to change my mind? Do you want to change my mind? You're not doing a very good job.
Do you want to respond to my question?
You're not doing a good job of trying to change my mind.
I don't think that you're doing a good job at answering the questions that are asked of you.
But this is your goal.
My goal is hopefully to get you to answer the question that I asked, little man.
All right, so repeat it again.
Sure. Why don't you care what Trump does on the internet, but you do care what I do on the internet? And before you just repeat that you don't care what I do on the internet, you just said that you're here to call out what I do on the internet. And if you're here to call out what I do on the internet, then you in fact do care what I do on the internet. Because what I was just doing is I was just calling Trump out for calling for the execution of his political opponents on the internet. And you responded by saying, well, I dismiss your attempt to call him out because I don't care. Which means that even you accept that you only call things out if you care about them. So I'll ask you again. I'll ask you again. Why do you care about what I do on the internet, but you don't care about what the president does on the internet?
Anyway, tit for tat, right? Now let's have a real conversation. Why should I stop supporting him?
Answer the question.
What's the question? Why do I care?
I just said it.
Why do I care what Trump does?
No. Oh my goodness. Why don't you care what Trump does, but you do care what I do?
I never said I cared in the first place about what you do.
Yes, you did.
I said no.
Yes, you did. You did say that you cared about what I do. You explicitly said that you are here to call me out.
This is what you fucking do, dude. This is what you do. Run around in circles chasing your tail.
Do you usually get this frustrated over things that you don't care about?
Bro, because you won't shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
So you admit that you care.
I got one sentence out.
So if I'm getting you to like scream and like whine and cry and shit your pants, clearly you care about what I do on the internet. So
all right, I'll talk to you in a normal voice. I didn't even get one sentence out and you interrupted me.
So would you say that you are mad about that, angered about that, annoyed about that?
No. You just don't let people talk. That's what you do.
Usually just like raise your voice and scream
this is why you're losing.
Curse words.
This is why you lose.
You are not
this is
angry,
why you get trolled.
Annoyed or upset.
This is why you get trolled constantly. This is why, Dean, right here. This
because
is the
Trump
prime
supporters
why
are
you
too
get
afraid to engage in debate with me and answer the questions that are asked of them.
This is why.
I actually agree with you. This is why. I asked two hard-of-hitting questions that leave Trump supporters in the sense of disillusionment, and it leads them to be very afraid of requesting to join the live stream. Because when they do join the live stream, they get fucking steamrolled, like I'm steamrolling you right now, flattening you to the pavement. It's honestly really embarrassing
didn't even get a
for
sentence
you.
out.
And what this causes is other Trump supporters to not want to join at all.
I said 5 fucking words, and you cut me off. It started out like that.
I won't cut you off. I'll take accountability. I won't cut you off. Answer the question. Why don't you care what Trump does on the internet, but you so clearly do care about what I do on the internet? And you admitted to caring about what I do on the internet by saying that you're here to call me out.
Because you're dangerous, Dean. You're fucking dangerous, dude. You're absolutely fucking dangerous.
Is it dangerous for the president to call for the execution of his political opponents?
Look how hung up you are over a retweet, a repost. Look how hung up you are on a repost.
What's
not even something Trump said with himself. He didn't even say that shit himself. He reposted it.
Yeah, he quoted somebody else saying it. It doesn't matter.
Reposted it.
It doesn't matter.
It didn't come out of his mouth.
It doesn't change a damn thing.
Oh, it absolutely does.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
He didn't say it himself. It's a repost.
If a neo-Nazi printed a quote from the Mein Kampf that calls for the execution of all Jewish people, then they put that quote on a sign and they go outside.
Stop obfuscating.
I'm asking you a question here.
Stop obfuscating.
You can't get mad at me for accusing me of interrupting you and then attempt to interrupt me every syllable. There's no obfuscation here.
Oh, you don't like to be interrupted?
No, I'm actually just calling you a hypocrite. It's not that I particularly mind if you look at me. I'm rather unfazed.
I know, dude, because you talk to dozens of people a fucking day and you just don't care.
Because I don't
care.
have the emotional intelligence of a third grader like you.
I know, we still haven't had a real conversation yet.
Because you haven't even allowed me to speak.
But it's your obligation to change people's minds, and you haven't said a damn thing on anything on why I should change my mind.
My obligation to change your mind. How about you shut the hell up so I could try my very best? Does that work for you?
Yeah, go ahead. Take a good shot.
Good boy.
Does that make you feel inferior?
Do you mean superior?
No, I meant what I said. Does that make you feel small?
There's nothing that I have to do to make myself feel as if I'm better than you.
You gotta talk
that was
like
kind of like clear
boy.
the moment
Good
you
boy.
joined the scream, told us that you're a Trump supporter, told us you don't care about him calling for the execution of his political opponents, and
this is why
started
you
crashing
get
out because I asked you a question.
All right, well, change my mind, because that's the real point of this live, isn't it? To change my fucking mind, so
I have a question for you.
Go.
So a
change my
neo-Nazi
mind,
printed
please.
off a quote from the Mein Kampf and put it on a sign. And the quote from the Mein Kampf that they put on that sign said, kill all Jewish people. And then they went outside, throwing that in the air. Could we agree here that even though this neo-Nazi is quoting somebody else, it's just a quote from the Mein Kampf, that they are still yet themselves calling for the execution of Jewish people?
Nope, just reposting. It's up to you to know the difference.
So somebody quotes Hitler and they're a neo-Nazi and they talk about how much they love Hitler and they're quoting Hitler.
You might not like it, and you don't have to like it, but guess what? People can still say what they want, even though it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong to say that shit, but people can say what the fuck they want. Okay. You just have a choice to either fuck with those people or not.
I think that I actually have to reflect this on you. Are you a white man?
My color has nothing to do with anything. And obviously I am.
Oh, did we get a restriction on the live? I didn't.
For what?
Apparently we got a restriction on the live, but I didn't get like a notification or anything. I didn't get a notification or anything. Hey, for everybody that's coming over on YouTube that tells us TikTok is down, can you actually come back to the stream and tell me if it's back up now? Let me know if that was a restriction specific to that guest. Let me know if we're back up, everybody. Maybe it was a restriction specific to that guest because I kicked him. Are we good now? It's fine. It's back up. Okay. Yeah. For everybody that when the live streams get age restricted because of something that the guest says, apparently TikTok isn't notifying me today. So just literally go over to my YouTube stream and tell me that there's a restriction so I could kick the guest. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Let's hear it. Santana sent me a message. He says, oh yeah, the restrictions have been really strange. I got 2 of them and it wouldn't let me see them. Yeah, it must be like a weird TikTok glitch. I'd assume that they'll get that ironed out. Luckily, I have a bunch of people that could tell me when we get a restriction so we could get it fixed. That's awesome. I guess we're going to be relying on the chat today compared to a notification.
Kirky miss.
Kirky misses you. Bro, dude, fucking delete your account. Let's go and move on to the next guest. We got Dort loading up inside of the queue. Here we go, everybody. Over on PayPal. Oh my goodness. Miss Kimona. Thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat. Wow, that is Kimona. Dude, show some fucking love to Kimona down below in that comment section. I am beyond grateful for you. Thank you so much. Show some massive love to Kimona. Wow, holy shit, that is so much money. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I am very, 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 very grateful for your support. That is way too much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. To the moon and back with every bone in my body. Thank you, Kimona. Holy shit, let's get so much love for Kimona in that chat. Insane. Kimona with 100 says, hey, Dean, I'm a very frequent VOD watcher of your streams. I know you are. I recognize your name. I wanted to give your streams. I wanted to give my good friend Ebony a shout out for being the person he is today and not being afraid of what anyone says. He's currently watching your stream right now. We love you so much. Shout out to Ebony. You are awesome. You and Kimona. Love you both. Show some love to Ebony and Kimona in that comment section. Huge shout out to the 2 of you guys. Wow. Dort, welcome in. Do you sport jump?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. No. Terrible. Ew. Gross. All right. Age, please.
My age is 21.
Okay, sounds good. Got a couple people to thank. Then the mic, the floor, yours. Darius with the $10 says the lib destroyers kryptonite, the Socratic method. How do we lose to these people? Bro, I fucking know. It's kind of pathetic when you think about it. Makes you hold some resentment for the Democratic Party, honestly. for not doing enough. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Caden, thank you for the $6. Diana, thank you for the $4. Alexandria, thank you for the $5. She says, you've changed my mind. Thank you. That makes me happy. Justin, thank you for the $6. And Miss Ashley, thank you so much for the $50. Who says, OMG, I've been watching your streams since you would debate people on why they think being gay is wrong. Are we getting those debates back? Probably not, Ashley. TikTok actually doesn't allow people to debate that topic, but definitely others. Thank you so much for the $50 out. Super kind of you. Let's get 500 Ashley W's. And then Morgan, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, did you see that E. Jean Carroll was finally paid by Trump? Yep, that was our breaking news yesterday. And Katie, thank you for the $10. She says, can you please give us any info about these Trump accounts that they're offering to kids? Are they good? Well, I mean, if you're okay with, Trump's name being on it, I'd recommend getting one for your child. As well as John, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Oh, and shout out to your dad. Wow. Shout out to your dad, Jocelyn, as well as Evelyn. Thank you for the $25, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. Please don't stop at these debates. You seem like a cool person, too. You mean a lot, especially to me as an essay survivor. This $25 is for your girlfriend, Momo, and to you to get ice cream after the live and give Momo lots of pets. Oh, thank you so much, Evelyn. It's actually really kind. That's very kind of you. And funny enough, that is exactly what we're doing after the stream. We are going to go out and get ice cream. You're very, very kind. Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, well listen here, everybody. We're going to go to pass the mic to this guest. Go ahead and take it away, my friend, and tell us why you support Trump. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Show some massive love to all the donors.
I support Trump. I'm actually really ideologically opposed to a lot of the things he does, but I support him particularly because he is the first president in a very long time who actually does what his supporters need of him, or want from him, without any quarter, right? Like, if you look at the Obamas or the Hillarys or the people that you want to come in power, you, Dean, those people aren't going to do anything. He is the first president in a while to show that the systems in place can be bent to the will of your supporters. And he is the first president in a while to do that.
Quite frankly, you're wrong.
Okay, can you name an example?
I'll name a handful. He promised an
Please.
infrastructure bill in his first term. He never passed an infrastructure bill. He promised to build a wall between America and Mexico in his first term. He never built a wall between America and Mexico in his first term. He promised to end Russia's invasion of day one on his second term. He never ended Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one in his second term. He promised to release the Epstein files in his second term. And then he actively fought against the release of the Epstein files in his second term.
Because he's in them.
He promised to reduce the price of groceries so fast on day one of his second term that your head would spin. He never reduced the price of groceries so fast on day one of his second term that your head would spin. He promised to no new wars in his second term. He started a new war in his second term.
I think what you're
He promised
confusing...
tax relief for the average American in his second term.
I get what you mean, but
tax
you're just...
increases for the average American
You're
in his
naming...
second term. He promised to reduce the prices of houses in his second term. But then he pledged to increase the prices of houses in his second term. He promised to reduce inflation in his second term. He's increased inflation by over 1.5% in his second term. He promised lower gas prices in his second term. He gave us the highest increase in the price of gas in a month since Vietnam in the 1960s in his second term. He promised more jobs in his second term. He gave us the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions in his second term. Should I continue to give you more examples?
All the examples that you were naming were empty platitudes that every single politician throws out, that just weren't fulfilled. Like the Obama administration didn't fulfill most of their promises. Actually, can you please look up the percent of promises that presidents actually fulfill compared to what they do? Please look that up for me. And you can see that Trump is one of the highest.
Before I look up anything, I want you to respond to what I just said. You said that you support Trump because he keeps his promises. I just named off how many? 10?
I didn't say
promises?
because he keeps his promises. I said he does what his supporters want of him, right? What his supporters want, even though I'm ideologically opposed, they wanted ICE. Trump supporters want ICE. He did ICE. The Obama administration had the ability to do a lot of the things in reverse that Trump is doing.
Do you
this
agree
is their
or
fault.
do you disagree with Donald Trump's immigration policy?
It really doesn't matter because that's not where my support goes.
I'll demonstrate that to you. I'll tell you why it does matter.
Okay.
Do you agree or do you disagree with his immigration policy?
I would say that it is misguided. Obama deported more people, so it's not very effective. But the deportations is what the supporters want.
Okay. Well, on one hand, then he's actually not doing what his supporters want because he's not deporting people effectively, according to you. Then on the second hand, Well, I mean, I'd say that his immigration policy is bad. So I don't really care if he's doing what his supporters want, if what his supporters want is bad for this country. Because ultimately, the foundation that I use to determine what politician I'm going to vote for in an election or who I'm going to support as president would be either A, I think that they are good for the country, or B, I think that they are at the minimum better than the person they're running against.
You don't actually believe that. You
so
just
let me ask you a very clear question.
No, you don't believe that.
Do you think that the material state of America would be better off today if Kamala Harris had won the election?
No, of course not.
So you think that United States of America is in a better position today because Trump won? Can you please give an argument for why you think that the United States of America is in a better position today because Trump won the election? And keep in mind, this is going to make you completely abandon your position that he's doing what his supporters want, because merely doing what your supporters want is not necessarily positioning America off to be better off today than it was a year and a half ago, if what the supporters want is actually what is bad for the country. So give an argument for your claim that America is better off today under Trump than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
Yeah, of course I can. See, the thing is that you always try to capture everybody who's slightly on the right into this ideological thing where we have to support everything that Trump does. No, I'm an accelerationist, right? So it comes off of the thing is, I could be ideologically opposed to what someone's doing and still think that what they're doing for America is positive. Now let's look at the positive things that we do. We know that even if you control the House and Senate and to go against them, you could still pass laws even though everybody within the three branches are opposed to it. He signed things into law that the rest of Congress did not agree on. That's means that every single time Obama,
you can't do that.
Biden, he literally did. He literally did. You said out of your mouth that he did.
You're misguided and you're misinformed.
How am I misguided? Explain.
Because the legislative branch of our government is the essential and necessary body that's required approval and support from in order to pass new legislation.
I know how the three branches of government works.
Okay, if you knew how the three branches of government works, then you wouldn't be arguing that the president can pass new law without the legislative branch of our government.
If we're going to continue, I need you to concede something. I need you to concede that out of your mouth, I want you to say that Donald Trump has never passed a law illegally, in your opinion.
Yeah, out of my mouth, Donald Trump has never passed a law illegally.
Okay, so why did you... You have no consistent rhetoric.
What is that statement
what are we
inconsistent
talking about?
with?
What happened to signer in chief or what is it called? President, what does it do? Like it's like a special president order. What is it called? It's like slipping my mind. I'm kind of nervous. He signed a bunch of stuff in the law using his executive privileges.
Are you talking about executive orders?
Yeah, executive orders.
Okay,
so you're saying that none of those were wrong.
So an executive order is not a law. So just to give you like a little bit of an idea of like how executive orders work in contrast to laws. So a law is like a new piece of legislation that conforms only with the Constitution and sets new guidelines and practices for the criminal justice system inside of our country. An executive order is not a new law that sets new guidelines and practices for the jurisdiction of the criminal justice. I'm not playing semantics.
You're playing semantics.
I'm not playing semantics for the criminal justice system inside of America, but rather an executive order is kind of just the framework of how we should execute of the law that's already on the books. And no, I'm not playing semantics by pointing out the difference between a law and an executive order. This is a very necessary difference to understand, and it goes far beyond just mere words. But it's very, very relevant in the function of our government. Big difference between law and an executive order.
Let's say that I concede on that point, right? So you would concede that every single Democratic politician beforehand who had the executive seat could have done executive orders to do what their supporters wanted, just like Trump has.
Every president uses executive orders.
Okay, but not to the extent that Trump did for his supporters. That's what
Donald Trump has. Donald Trump has used many more executive orders than previous presidents. But I only think that an executive order is a good thing if it makes our country better. Can you give me a handful of examples of Trump executive orders that make this country better?
That's the thing, though. I don't have to support everything that Donald Trump does in order to recognize his effectiveness.
I'm not
right?
telling you that
can be
you have to support.
ideologically
One
opposed
moment.
to someone.
I'm not
and
telling
still
you
think
that you
they're
have to
effective.
support everything that he does, but I am telling you that you have to support some of the things that he's doing because that's like the foundation for why you would argue he's a good president. So please give me a handful
like a child.
of executive
you vote
orders.
Like a child.
So you're telling
vote
me,
like a child.
So you're telling me that you think a view consistent with supporting Trump as president is disagreeing with everything that he's done.
No, listen.
So you
like
then you vote like a child because you just agreed
vote like a
in
child.
order to support somebody as
vote like a
president,
child.
you at least
You just
have to
want
agree
someone
with some of the things that they do. So now,
Of
okay, so
course,
so
there's
you
some
do
things
agree.
that he does
So
that
so
I
you do
agree.
agree that you agree with some of the things that Donald Trump has done.
Yes,
So point
some
me
of the
towards
things that he
the
does.
some things that Trump has done that you agree with.
I really like his executive order on or his tariff situation. Being ideologically opposed to a lot of these countries' bad tax codes that we did have. Like listen, the way that he
Okay.
goes about it, I disagree
So
with.
why do you
but
support
our
Trump's
tax things
tariffs?
were wrong. I support Trump's tariffs because they were not fair. Now, completely killing all of our relationships with foreign countries is a bad way
Wait,
to do it.
can I get a better
but the
explanation
idea-
of why you support his tariffs? Like they were not fair to these other countries. They hurt other
They were not fair to the U.S. It is very basic economics to know that they were not fair to the U.S. We are running on $1 billion.
So if they were not fair to the U.S.,
deficit.
then why did you support him?
Okay, no. His policy was addressing the unfair tariffs that other countries were putting onto us.
Oh, okay, I see. So that's not true.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
Talk about our tax code. Talk
Yeah.
about our tariffs with Canada.
Yeah,
how they've
I'll-
had free trade
I'll
over
do
here
that.
for 10 years.
Yeah, so that's also not true. We actually
How is that
signed
not
two
true?
trade agreements with Canada. The first was called NAFTA, then the second was called the USMCA, and it was a mutually agreed to trade agreement between the US, Mexico, and Canada. And in fact,
we lost out
were
on.
we were the main. Okay, well then you think that Donald Trump is a bad negotiator because he negotiated the USMCA, which would be a reason why you wouldn't support him as president. But here you are arguing that he's a good president. Now, the second thing that I'll say is your line when you say that these tariffs were used to get other countries to reduce their tariffs on us, because the equation that Trump used to determine what tariffs we should impose on other countries had nothing to do with what their tariffs were on us and only to do with what the trade deficit was between our country and theirs.
Indeed.
The third thing, shut up. The third thing that I'll point out to you
Look
is
at you.
these tariffs were ruled as illegal. The Supreme Court shot them down for being unconstitutional, and then Goldman Sachs did a study. They found that they unconstitutionally taxed Americans $171.01 billion, and now the Trump administration has to refund Americans, particularly American companies, every dollar that they collected off of those tariffs. So far, they've refunded a little bit over half of them.
You have to understand that execution versus ideology versus wait. I want you to think about it. Execution, ideology, and then the effect, right? So his execution, I can say, did not hit the tail, right? But the ideology, right? The ideology behind it of stopping our deficits with can you concede that we should not be in deficits when we're with our tariff agreements with other countries? Can you at least concede that?
I think that trade deficits are fine. And I think that the more successful
You want
America
America to
becomes...
run in debt? You just said you want America to run in debt. You
I don't
literally
think that
just
you
said
know
that
what
in
a
your
trade
mouth.
deficit is.
I
'Cause
know
trade
what a trade
deficits have
deficit
nothing
is.
to do with debt.
Are you
Be very careful with your
explain.
words.
No,
Call me
explain.
dumb for
Explain.
telling the truth, and
No,
then you'll look
explain.
stupid.
I want you to explain.
Well, actually, before I tell you what a trade deficit is, what do you think a trade deficit is?
I know what it. No, I want you to explain. I'm just a dumb right leaner. Explain it to me.
Okay,
I'm so dumb.
I'll listen.
I'm so
Listen,
dumb.
I don't think that you know what it is.
I really don't. Actually,
Okay.
I just
All right.
picked up a
Yeah,
book
you asked
yesterday.
you asked me what it is
Explain it
first.
to me.
You asked me what it is first. I'll explain it to you. So a trade deficit is basically the differential in how much products we buy from a country and then how much products that other country buys from us. So let's just imagine that Canada, you know, the 40 million Canadians and all the Canadian companies, they as a collective spend $1 billion a year on goods from American companies. But then Americans, you know, 340 million of us as a collective with American companies spend $2 billion a year on Canadian products from Canadian companies. Well, then we would have a $1 billion trade deficit with Canada, and Canada would have a $1 billion trade surplus with the US. Now, see, the thing is, you said that this had something to do with debt. This has nothing to do with debt. So can you concede that claim?
Okay, so obviously, I just had you explain that policy, and what you forgot to add to the deficit is that the reasons why we're even talking about tariffs in this place is because the amount that we're giving and the amount we were receiving is affected by our tariffs. So your point, you just literally strengthened my point. You just explained how us having low tariffs on them and them having high tariffs on us.
Wait. Before we move into the
surplus.
conversation about
Yeah.
how tariffs can affect trade deficits, do you agree that trade deficits have nothing to do with debt?
Trade deficits when it comes to tariffing, right? Because we're talking about it in the context of tariffing. Has to do with
Talking
debt.
about trade. Okay, what is the relationship between trade deficits and debt?
In the context of tariffs, Dean.
Yeah, even as it relates. So, what's the relationship between tariffs, trade deficits, and debt? What's the relationship
tariff?
between those two things?
What's a tariff?
A tax on an
Dean?
import.
Okay, where does that tax go to?
Where does the tax go to? Like the money collected from the tax?
Yes,
government?
where does it go?
The
Okay, so
government?
stop acting slow.
So what's
what
the
tariffs have to do with
relationship
the debt.
between not tariffs and debt, tariffs, trade deficits, and debt?
Yes, they're all
Because you
three-
made a
they- you
relationship
can't have one
between
without-
trade deficits.
You can't
and
have
debt.
one without the other.
Oh, that's
this is
not
basic
true.
economics.
Wait. Are you arguing that you can't have a trade deficit without tariffs?
No, I'm saying that all three.
But you
of
just said that
these
you can't have one
aspects-
without another.
All three of these aspects go into trade, which overall affects our GDP growth and our debt. Stop playing
Okay,
slow.
so how do trade deficits affect our debt?
Trade deficits are an example, right, of our the bad things that are coming with. So like.
So do you think that trade
Stop
deficits
acting
are always
slow.
a bad thing?
Not always. We have to look at why we're at a deficit. If it's
Okay.
just that we aren't spending as much, then that's fine. But here's the thing: are you
So-
going to try to tell me
so-
that there
so
are
do you
less?
think-
No. Let me finish. Right? I let you finish your points. You're going to tell me that you think that Canada spends more money on us than we do them, even
No,
though we
the
have
opposite's
triple
true,
the
which
population.
is why we have a trade deficit with them, and which is also why.
Explain that, Dean. Explain how that would happen.
Well, I mean, you just said it. We have significantly more people than them, and we have significantly more money, which is why we have a trade deficit with Canada.
Okay, Dean. Okay, Dean. Obviously,
Can you explain to me
know
why
that
you're
tariffs
laughing at
affect
basic
that.
economic facts?
This is basic economics, and you
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
like,
It is basic
floundering.
economics. Why are you laughing at basic economic facts? The
Because
reason why we have a
obviously
trade deficit
you're
with
trying to-
Canada
you're trying to
is
tell me
because
that
we have
our
more
trade
people and
deficit
we have
has
more
nothing
money.
to do with our debt. And then I
Yes.
can't wait for
yes. The trade
economist-
deficit that we have with Canada has nothing to do with our debt. We have a higher GDP per capita, and we have around 7 times more people. When we have a higher GDP per capita and 7x the amount of people that we do, regardless of what our debt is, we will only ever spend more money. Of course, we are like 340 million people that are richer on average than the 40 million Canadians that are poorer on average are going to spend more money.
Right. So that's why they have a free trade deal, but we still have to pay tariffs to them.
What are their tariffs that they have imposed on us that you think are unfair?
I'm going to concede. I don't know the particular Canada
What an
US
idiot. What an
tariff
idiot.
stuff because Donald
What an
Trump's
absolute
changes
idiot.
to it. Literally,
The
it's not,
last time we changed tariffs with Canada was close to 10 years ago with the USMCA.
Are you so okay? So you're saying that Donald Trump has not affected our tariffs with Canada in the past 2 to 4 years? Are you going to say that?
Yes, with Canada, yes. So he tried to rewrite the USMCA with tariffs with tariff pressure on Canada at the start of his second term, and it fucking failed because instead of the country cooperating with him, arguing that we're down to re-envision the agreement, they said no. And then he got all pissy and he just kind of threw it out the window, then moved on to the next thing, which was the Epstein files cover up. We have not had a change in our trade agreement with Canada since the start of Donald Trump's second term from Canada's side. You could argue that we have violated the USMCA because we've imposed baseless and unconstitutional tariffs on them.
So you just conceded that it did change.
It did not change from Canada's side.
You just changed your point. You just changed
No,
your point.
I did not change
online.
my point. You changed your point.
online.
I asked you. No, I didn't. You are changing your point. I asked you, what tariffs does Canada have imposed on the United States of America? And then you said, well, I don't know after Donald Trump has changed them. And then I said, no, they haven't changed in 10 years because that's when the USMCA was signed into effect. And then you brought up I brought up how Donald Trump has imposed tariffs on Canada in the last year and a half, the last 2 years, which
So you
fundamentally
just admitted
has
that it
nothing to
changed.
do with the tariffs that Canada has imposed on us.
That wasn't my my claim was that they just changed. You
It wasn't
changed
it wasn't
claim to
your
that
claim at
Canada.
all. It was my
recorded.
claim. The
It's
question that
recorded.
the question that I asked you is, what tariffs does Canada have imposed on the US that have changed? Right?
If you're asking on that particular,
No.
I said that I would know, 'cause
Do
I'm
you
not-
agree?
I'm not
Do you agree
Canadian.
do you agree that I asked you, what tariffs does Canada have in America that you think are unfair? Do you agree that's the question that I asked you?
You definitely did.
Okay, and then what
I
was
said
your
that
response
I
to that
wouldn't know
question?
since the changes.
Exactly. So then, so when you
say
say that you wouldn't know because of the changes, you're saying that Canada's tariffs on America have changed in the last 2 years, right?
No, I just don't know the relationship that Trump has changed with this particular. Because okay, here's the thing, Dean.
When I ask you, what unfair tariffs does Canada have on America, and then you say you don't know because of changes, what you're saying there is you don't know because of the changes to the tariffs that Canada has on America. That is a necessary implication. The reason why that's a necessary implication was because the question was about Canada's tariffs on America. Do you agree? Do you agree that when I ask you, what are the unfair Canadian tariffs on America, and then you say you don't know because of changes in the last year and a half, what you are saying is that you don't know because of the changes in the Canadian tariffs on America in the last year and a half?
You just changed your point live, and you're not going to make me.
No. I want a direct answer. I want a direct answer to my question. When I ask you, what are the unfair Canadian tariffs on America, and then you say you don't know because of changes, what you're saying is that you don't know what the unfair tariffs are that Canada has on America because of the changes to the Canadian tariffs on America. Correct?
Dean, it's Dean.
I want a
can
yes or a
explain-
no. I want a yes or a no.
You just want to lock me into a yes or a no in a debate,
And then you could
That's what
explain
do
your
now?
answer. And then
That's
you
what
could
do?
explain your answer, but I want a
Okay.
yes or no.
No, I think my claim was a lot more nuanced than that. And also, Dean, let me think. Let me tell you something, right? And
Okay, so then let me ask you another
No,
question.
here's just no. Let me finish, right? I let you finish.
I'm
right?
not
Here's
interested
some-
in your advice. I'm interested
No, yeah,
in you
I
conceding.
bet you aren't. Okay, but
I'll
let's
let you speak.
talk about it, right? Conceding that you don't know particularly things does not mean ignorance. It just is actually a sign of intelligence to just let you know, hey, I'm not caught up on the Canada-U.S. tariff situation, right? So when we talk about that, right, you just conceded that Trump changed it on our end. Is that not what you just conceded?
That
Yes
is
or no?
not what I conceded, because in order to concede, it means that I would have had to affirm a premise and then deny the premise. But there was no premise that I affirmed and I denied. Okay? The second thing here is that when I asked you, what unfair tariffs does Canada have on America, and then you said you don't know because it changes, or were you referencing changes that were unrelated to Canadian tariffs on America?
If we changed our policy with the way that we deal
Shut
with
up and
Canada,
answer my
that's
question.
a change. You see, this is how you get when you lose. You're a flounderer, and then you just get really disrespectful. Did I
You're
tell you to shut
calling
up
me a
anytime?
flounderer.
Did
Meanwhile,
I
you're
call
the
you- did I
person
tell you
that
to shut
won't
up at
answer
any
the
time?
question.
Disrespectful.
I'm going to ask you the
Disrespectful
question
and cannot
again.
debate.
I'm
Please.
going to ask you the question again. When I asked
Yep.
you what are the unfair Canadian tariffs on America, and then you said you don't know because of changes, are you talking about changes that are irrelevant to the Canadian tariffs on America?
You just want to get me into a singular
He
corner
can't answer
point.
the question.
You set it up in the wrong way. You can't
He
just
can't
set up
answer
a
the
yes or no
question.
question that makes me that positions me in a certain way, and then be like, "Oh, this guy can't answer." It's a lame tactic. Everybody sees that tactic when you do it.
So what's the tactic that's being used
Lame.
here that you think is unfair?
Lame.
Yeah, what's the tactic
is lame.
that's being used here that you think is lame? Could you describe the tactic to me like I'm five?
Okay, yes. The tactic is, right, my initial claim, right, is that I think that the tariff situation between Canada and the US is bad, right? I think that in previous years it was unfavorable to Americans. You want me to claim that like Canada changed something, but that's not my point. The situation can still be bad without Canada changing anything.
Oh, okay, perfect. So then what are the unfair Canadian tariffs on America?
The fact that they had free trade on our metal for about 2 years. Look it up. Or is that not true, Dean? Look it up.
The fact that they had free trade on our metals. So you're saying that they could buy American metals at no additional cost.
Look it up.
Is that what you're claiming?
Don't ask me, look it up.
I'm just asking you if that's what you're claiming.
Look it up.
Okay, so is that what you're claiming or not?
Look it up.
What are you asking me to look up? That's why I'm trying to determine if that's what you're claiming.
I want you to look up our agreement with metal with Canada.
What's that? In order for me to understand what you want me to look up, I first need to understand what you're even claiming. So when I'm asked, so the question was, what are the
metal for 2 years?
So when you say that they had free trade on our metals, are you saying that they could buy American metals with no tariff cost?
Look it up.
I don't know what to look up if you can't tell me what you're claiming.
You know what? Why are you acting stupid, Dean? Like
I'm not acting stupid by asking you a clarifying question about what you're saying.
Okay. Here's the clarifying question.
You're not making a clarifying question. I'm making a clarifying question.
Are?
When you say that they had free trade on our metals, are you saying that they were able to freely buy American metals at no cost of tariff?
The thing is, right? It is another thing, right? Free trade agreement, right?
Are you going to answer the question?
Yes, we had a free trade agreement.
Oh, okay. So you are saying that they were buying American metals at no cost of tariff from us, and that was the unfair Canadian tariff policy, correct?
Yes, with our free trade agreement.
Thank you. And you're an idiot. The reason why you're an idiot is because in order for them to pay a fee when they buy metals from America, that would mean that America imposes tariffs. Okay? Actually, I take that back. If they were to pay a fee when they buy metals from America, this would mean that Canada would have to impose a tariff on America. So in other words, you think it's unfair that Canada didn't impose a tariff on America?
I think it's unfair that we didn't impose a tariff on them.
Well, tariffs are
because we
tax on
produce
an
more
import.
metal. Yeah, because we produce more metal.
Wait, the tariffs that we impose on Canada would fundamentally have nothing to do with what Canada buys from us.
Okay, Dean, basic economics, right?
Define the word tariff.
Right? It is a tax on imported goods.
Not an export, precisely. So when Canada buys something from us, is that an import or an export?
Okay, so you're
when
trying to...
When Canada buys something from us, is that an import or an export?
They're importing stuff.
No, they're exporting stuff. They are importing stuff from America. We are exporting stuff to Canada.
Yeah.
So our tariff policy has nothing to do with our exports. So when we implement a tariff on Canada, that's not charging them a dime for what they buy from us. That's charging us a dime for what we buy from them.
Yes, we should be charging them to sell stuff here.
Okay, but you didn't make a claim about them selling stuff here. You made a claim about them buying stuff from here. You talked about how they were buying American steel and how that was unfair because there was no tariff on them buying American steel. Correct? Mm-hmm. We don't implement tariffs on what they buy from us because that's an export from our country. Tariffs are not taxes on exports. They're taxes on imports.
At it from one side. Did we tariff them? Do they have to pay to sell their metal to us?
Do they have to pay to sell our metal to us? No. Under the USMCA? No.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Okay.
That's my whole claim.
So you just disagreed with the USMCA. And why was that a problem?
The problem is that we should be tariffing any country that sells to us because they give us slop. They hurt the environment with the slop that they send to America. Timu, literally one of the biggest companies.
Canada has better environmental regulations than us. What do you mean Canada sells us slop? They have a higher minimum wage. They have better worker comps. They have better worker regulations for their industries. They have better environmental regulatory guidelines as it relates to their carbon emissions, as it relates to their process of actually manufacturing and building and selling their goods. Canada has better worker and environmental regulations than the United States of America.
Literally not even true. Holy, you don't know anything.
What's the Canadian minimum wage?
I'm not talk about the no. I want you to stick with your claim about the environmental stuff, please.
Yeah.
Tell me your facts against that. I want you to tell me.
They're
Dean.
significantly further left-leaning country than our own.
Okay.
Left-leaning,
Changing your claim.
left-leaning politics on the global stage are more concerned with environmental regulatory guidelines than right-leaning politics on the global stage. This is why, even on the micro scale of specifically America, there's better regulatory guidelines in a state such as California than a state such as Florida. And B, on the global stage, this also means that there's better regulatory guidelines in many European countries that also have free access to healthcare, and Canada, compared to America that's a little bit more right-leaning, that doesn't have free access to healthcare, and we just pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords.
I'm literally part. That literally has nothing to do with the claim. The claim is that we are losing out because Canada doesn't. When
Yeah, that's okay. This is actually really. This is actually really.
Well,
you asked me for evidence that they have better regulatory
Yes,
guidelines,
please.
environmental regulatory guidelines than us. Sure, they're a part of the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're not.
Okay, so
In
we're
fact,
not part of the
Canada
agreement.
has explicitly committed to reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by upwards of 40 through 45% by 2030. Meanwhile, Donald Trump just struck down the EPA ruling that greenhouse emissions are even dangerous and harmful to the ecosystem.
Sure.
So
we have
clearly,
more
Canada
windmills, we
is going to have
recycling
better
centers, we have
environmental
more,
regulatory
water
guidelines
treatment
than
centers.
America.
We have more regulations for the environment. We have more protected endangered species. We have more national
That was a
parks.
lie.
We have more.
You just
We
lied.
have more. What?
You just lied.
Excuse me?
You just lied. You just said that
What did I lie about?
we have more environmental regulations. That's false.
Substantiate that, Dean.
Yeah, I just did. I gave you the fact that they have they're committed to reducing their greenhouse emissions 40 through 45% by 2030. Meanwhile, according to America under Trump, we don't even think that greenhouse emissions are dangerous to the ecosystem. They're not even relevant to a concern in EPA policy anymore, and they're still part of the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're not. You also said that they're less reliant on non-renewable energy resources. That is absolutely fucking false. Over 78% of the country's power comes from non-GHG sources like hydro, solar, wind, and nuclear.
Because of where they're located, because all of their population is located in the same three places. If you look at the amount of windmills that we have, the amount of water treatment facilities that we have, per capita, by the way, I hate the per capita code, but if you look at that, we have more windmills, water treatment facilities to protect. Like, you don't have to grift against America all the time. You could literally just say, hey, we are doing things for the environment and we could be doing more. But to pretend like other countries aren't doing as much as the United States when we are the second most eco-conscious country in the world is crazy.
Wait, actually, this is a really good question that will really prove my point. Why are we eco-conscious? Is it because of the left or the right, with people like Trump, who don't think greenhouse gas emissions matter, who think that coal is explicitly clean and want to do more oil drilling on protected natural reserves, and are now attempting to sell off federal land and Bureau of Land Management, firing like over 50% of the National Forest registered employees? Please tell me, who's pushing for more environmentally friendly policies? Is it the right or the left?
The thing is, you can't put me into a box. I would actually be, if we actually had a good candidate up there, I would actually be a socialist. So I think it's the billion-dollar companies.
You're not asking me the question that I asked you.
Not the U.S. government.
Who has better policy for the environment, the left or the right?
It depends. The left like fracking for a little bit.
Well, I mean, has the right ever not liked fracking?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
So the left is better for environmental regulation than the right, correct?
I'm not really sure.
Come on, you can't act stupid. Like, I know that you're not that smart of a guy, but you're obviously not that stupid of a guy either, to the extent where you couldn't be honest with me and agree that the left has better environmental regulatory policy than the right.
The left used to like fracking, so it really depends on
You say that the left used to like fracking. Okay, when the left liked fracking, okay, the right also liked fracking, but the left acknowledged that greenhouse gases were bad, and the right's like coal's clean, greenhouse gases don't matter. In fact, climate change isn't even real. In fact, I would argue that that's probably my biggest goddamn point here. The champion of the right. In fact, the president that you support does not even think that human-caused climate change exists. He's gone on record multiple times as saying that human-caused climate change is not real. So clearly, the side that says human-caused climate change is not real, okay, the side that says coal is clean, the side that says non-renewable energy resources are the future, because they have the money of oil execs very deeply entrenched in their pockets. The side that says greenhouse gas emissions are not unsafe for the environment is clearly going to be the side that is significantly worse for the environment.
So when we talk about which side is worse for the environment or not, every single policy holder, every single politician on the left and right, they're pro these gases. You say that like, oh, well, Donald Trump doesn't believe in green, and that's true. My name isn't Donald Trump. Your side, right? The Democrats, I'm not talking about the left. I'm talking about the Democrats. They used to frack. They still don't believe in regulating the automotive industry, which is destroying our planet. And they have no interest in...
Well, that's not true. Biden passed some of the biggest automotive industry regulations in modern American history. You're wrong.
Are you literally the farmers went on strike a little bit?
You're absolutely fucking wrong. You're just lying.
How am I lying, dude? You just don't know your facts.
Biden literally passed some of the largest automotive regulatory guidelines in modern American history. He said that by 2030, he is requiring that over half of the fleet sold by American auto companies has to fall beyond particular regulatory standards as it relates to their emissions. And then GM and I think Ford came out and said, in order for us to hit this requirement, it would require us switching a lot of our fleet from combustion engine vehicles over to EV vehicles. And then Donald Trump walked into office and he said, no, that's bullshit. We're going to go ahead and get away with this. We had to kick that guy because I guess we got another restriction. But he was so terrible. Why was he so terrible? Why was he so bad faith and disingenuous? That was so bad faith of him. What a liar. What a really bad faith liar. Yeah, thank you guys for letting me know about the second TikTok restriction. That's just so weird. That's just so weird, guys. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, Elizabeth Faith, connecting to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Can you guys let me know over in the YouTube chat if the TikTok stream is back up? Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Elizabeth?
I'm 20.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006.
Okay. Elizabeth, I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'm going to pass you that mic, okay? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Clover, thank you for the $4 on Venmo. Says, hello. Hello, Clover. Angel, thank you for the $10. She says, it's nearly 5 p.m., 90 degrees out here in the warehouse floor. I've got my 25 weighted vests. I haven't had breakfast and listening to some Dean Withers. Fuck it, we're balling today. Angel, I really hope that you are getting paid a shit ton of money. That sounds like literal hell. Oh my goodness. Show some love to Angel in that chat. I couldn't even imagine. Let's see here. Crystal, thank you for the $10 as well. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Crystal. Let's get 100 Crystal W's. Vienna, this is the right Dean Withers account. Joe, thank you for the $10 who says, wow, he might be the most confidently wrong person I've ever seen come up on your live. Dude, he was so confidently wrong. Thank you so much for the flying jets over on TikTok. Hannah with the $10 who says, I hope that you're having a fantastic day. I'm having a pretty good day out here. And then Mr. Max, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Max, I love you, man. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Let's get 300 Max W's in that chat. Wowie zowie. Max with the $30 says, I just got paid, so I wanted to donate again. I love watching you and Parker so much. I've been dealing with a lot of mental stuff lately, and you guys definitely make my days better. Keep on doing what you do and educating these dumbass Trump supporters. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Show some love to Max down below. You're genuinely awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Max. Let's get 300 Max W's. And then Sabrina, thank you for the $20 as well. She says, keep on killing it. I hope that you're able to decompress from everything at the end of your day. Keep your cup full, my friend. Well, thank you, Sabrina. Oh, yeah. I have a good decompression routine. You already know it. Thank you so much. And then Harmony with a $40 $5 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Harmony. Let's get 500 Harmony W's. Jesus Christ, you guys have been so kind to me today. Thank you. Harmony with a 45 says, I watch your lives every single night at work and it helps me get through the day. Your lives are the favorite part of my day. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Harmony. I'm so happy that the lives help you get through your day. I think that a lot of people listen to their lives as they're trucking along, and I just have so much appreciation for y'all in my hearts. Thank you so much. Over on PayPal, Amanda and Gabriella, thank you for the $2. Then Alexis, thank you for the $12, who says, thank you for being so educated on Canada and environmental issues. Love watching your streams. Well, thank you so much, Alexis. Yeah, I did have to educate myself on their regulatory guidelines for the environment a while ago because I had a similar Trump supporter make a very similar point, as well as NDA. Thank you for the meteor shower. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Existo, I appreciate you. As well as Teresa with the 20 euros, who says, love and support from Germany. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much, Teresa. Show some love to Teresa down below. Mary with the 10 Australian dollars says, this caller is a very sad reflection of the failures of the U.S. education system. I cannot agree more, Miss Mary. And then Miss Vivian, thank you for the 100 euros on Super Chat. My goat is back. Let's get 1,000 Vivian W's. I don't deserve a penny of that. Way too fucking kind. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Vivian with 100 euros says, hey Dean, Vivian here again. Just wanted to show you some appreciation for what you do. I've been here for every stream for about a year now. The streams have really helped me educate myself, debate others, and be less anxious. Thank you so much for what you do. Vivian, I know that you've been watching for so long, and I am so totally incredibly grateful for you. Show some massive love to Vivian. 2 more people to thank, then we're on to the debate. The first one is Evil Hate-Filled Female. We're just going to call you Evil for short. And then Jose. Thank you both for the $50 on Super Chat. That is a lot of money. It goes a long way in the small town that I happen to live in. Thank you so much, Evil and Jose. Let's get 500 Evil and Jose W's. Thank you both so very much. Evil says, my MAGA brother told me that because I never reported my essay, it was my fault. If my ex attacked more women, spread love, like the stream, and it's time to be pissed. Fuck your MAGA brother, Evil. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my God, I hate your brother. And then Jose with the $60, dude, that's terrible. Jose says, this caller does not get basic trade deficit scenarios. God bless you for having the patience to debate the ad nauseum number of brainless dumb Trump supporters. They deny facts and are unable to understand basic Econ 101 for non-majors. Yeah, Jose, I generally have a lot of issues debating economics with people that don't really understand economics. It usually sends me over the edge. I'm happy that I was able to keep my cool there. With all that being said, we're all caught up. If you do want to support me, support the stream, ask a question, or get a message across, you actually can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. They're also in the pinned message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. But it is worthwhile that you quadruple check the spelling of that handle because there are a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Why don't you go and take it away, Elizabeth, and tell us why you support Trump? I do really appreciate you for your patience.
Don't worry then. So I support Trump because of his stricter immigration enforcement, what he's doing with the aliens.
Lips,
I
thank you.
support
Yeah,
Trump because of his abortion policies. And I really love what he did in Venezuela for the drug trafficking, the military operations inside Venezuela, as someone whose parents have really dealt with drug abuse.
Okay, yeah, sure. What time is it for you?
It's 5:48.
All right, what state
Yeah.
are you in?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Sounds good. Alrighty. So the first thing you said was about his immigration
My
policy. Then the
accent
second
is a
thing.
little funky because I've lived in Italy for like the first 7 years of my life, and I'm still getting used to how you guys talk.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Okay. Then the second thing that you said was about abortion. Do you think that abortion should be banned for rape victims? Samantha, I'm so sorry. I'll take a look for that right now. My apologies, Samantha. Go ahead.
In my opinion, having kids should always be a choice, but I really hate the thought of killing babies because that's just nasty.
Found it, Samantha. Thank you so much for letting me know. So you do think that it is wrong for a rape victim to get an abortion?
No, I don't think it's wrong. I just don't like it. As someone who has experienced sexual assault, I just don't like abortion itself.
Okay, so when you say that you don't like abortion, are you saying that it should be illegal?
Probably, yeah.
So it should be illegal for a rape victim to get an abortion?
I feel like there should be exception, but probably, yeah.
Should be illegal. Okay. Yikes. Alrighty. First question. If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the state should be able to compel me to give them to you against my will?
To save a life, probably.
To save
yeah.
your life. Okay, well, I think that that's a fundamental violation of individualistic rights, liberties, and freedoms. I agree that it would be a good thing for me to give you my bodily resources if you needed them to live. But imagine that you came down with a sudden illness and you needed a kidney transplant and I'm the only match alive. I still yet don't think that the government should be able to force me against my will to give you one of my internal organs.
Yeah, like if someone is really like about to die, it's pretty selfish. Unless you only have one kidney.
Well, you could call it selfish, but I don't think that you should call it something that ought to be illegal. Because I don't think that the government should be able to force me to do that.
Probably, yeah. Because, like, of course,
Wow.
there are rules and regulations. Like, of course, like
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
March.
Okay.
March.
Okay. So, do you agree that there's a shortage on the organ donor list and people die every day because there's not enough organs to suffice demand?
Yeah, I do agree.
So, if you donated one of your kidneys, you would probably end up saving a life, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you think that you should be forced to go donate one of your kidneys right now?
Not necessarily. Like, I wouldn't donate it to like a stranger, but
Oh, but you just got done
if I
telling
was
me that I
forced-
should be legally forced to give you my bodily resources to live, but you shouldn't be legally forced to give anybody else your bodily resources so they could live.
I mean,
so why do you
I
hold
didn't
me
like
to a different
give. I
standard
didn't
than
give
you?
my body to somebody else. Like, I know it doesn't sound nice.
I'm
to
sorry.
say,
I just
but
think that you're like completely incoherent, and I don't really feel like going through the nitty gritty of that because she started by saying that the government should be able to force me to give her my kidney if she needed it to live. We bring up the organ transplant list, and then all of a sudden, she completely changes her standard as it relates to herself. I'm sorry, I just don't really feel like dealing with that inconsistency today. We are going to move on to the next guest. And Miss Samantha, thank you so much for the 50 euros over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Samantha W's. And I did see your message there. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 50 bucks. Let's get 500 Samantha W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. Huge shout out to Samantha down below in that chat. Caleb, welcome in. Do you support Trump, little bro?
No, I used to, and I came in to just thank
Big
you,
bro.
honestly, man.
Little bro to
thank
big
you, dude.
bro. Little bro to big bro. You're awesome.
Because you've changed my mind, like, on a lot of things. I've watched your videos, and a lot of my beliefs were provided to me by my parents, and honestly, I appreciate you for what you do, man. Like, seriously.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, dude. I think that we need more critical thinkers. I have a lot of respect for you, Caleb. That's awesome. That's why we do the live streams right there, baby. Show some love to Caleb down below. Charlie Kirk, do you support Trump? Charlie Kirky, are you with us? Do I need to go get my Ouija board? Okay, I guess not. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Alrighty. We got Lib Destroyer back. He was in here earlier. He's really going to need to watch himself. You need to watch yourself. You got a violation earlier. You were like freaking out.
I didn't get anything.
You did. It just didn't tell you.
Since when did they start doing that?
Today. It's a glitch. I assume it'll be fixed tomorrow.
Yeah, stupid TikTok.
But you got to watch your language, dude. Do you think that you can watch your language?
What did I say?
You were just throwing a lot of insults around. Could you just listen? Can you try your best not to insult me?
How did I insult you?
You insulted my intelligence, you insulted my debate approach, and you use like specific language like STUPID, DUMB. I'm just asking you not to use those words.
I didn't directly call you that.
It doesn't, dude, do you think the TikTok AI moderation system knows that?
I mean,
like, I'm just asking you to watch yourself so then the AI moderation system doesn't restrict you. Can you do that? And by the way, you totally did direct those to me, but it doesn't matter.
You're verified, and they still can't tell if you're a minor or not. So
I know. Yeah, right?
You're right.
So
you're right.
So they have a really bad moderation system that we need to work with.
You're right. You got it. You got that one.
Okay.
I will concede. You like how that sounds? I'll concede. You
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah. Yeah,
You
so
like
let's
that?
go back to what I was asking you earlier.
All right.
Okay. How do you feel about Donald Trump abridging the Constitution and attempting to illegally prohibit and prevent the federal government from investigating him and his loved ones for crime.
Concerning.
Concerning?
What crime? What crime
Tax
are
fraud?
you?
Tax fraud? Tax fraud?
Listen, at the end of the day, all these guys are corrupt, though. I mean, Trump takes the cake on some things, but what are you going to do about it? Are we going to
Hopefully
keep talking
convince
about
less
it?
people to support him as president?
Okay, that's fine. People can stop supporting him, and guess what? He's still going to be president for the next 2 years.
Yeah, but he's just going to be
No
a
matter
lame
how
duck
much we
sitting
hate this
president
man.
because if enough of us don't support him and therefore enough of us vote for Democrats in the midterms, well, all of a sudden we get mass investigations, we get possible impeachment trials, and we definitely have a Congress that wouldn't be willing to
We've been
further
there
his,
before, right?
his agenda.
We've done this impeachment thing, right? We've done that before.
Well, we haven't done it all
Yeah.
the way because we didn't have the support in the Senate, which is why it's even more important for me to try to change minds and convince people to vote blue in the midterms, not only for members of the House of Representatives, but also in the Senate.
My whole thing, though, is if you're so logical and correct, why are not more politicians listening to you?
Well, I mean, I think that you said it earlier. I don't think that a lot of politicians are logical and correct.
So,
But there are quite a few politicians who are definitely either listening
enough.
to me or share beliefs with me.
Not enough.
Because politicians are voted for by the constituents of this nation, and when we have constituents of the nation that are like you don't use your brain in the fucking slightest. Well, then all of a sudden our representatives don't either.
Right, I don't use my brain. Got it.
Give us one good reason to support Trump as president.
First of all, so politicians, you would say, is the problem then, right? Most of them are.
You're
the
dodging
problem,
my
right?
question.
That's
Answer my
not what
question.
we're having.
What's one
That's
good
not what we're
reason
talking
that
about.
that we should use to support Trump as president?
Trump's not the main focus here, though. Just
It
because he's
is.
the
Trump is the main focus, goddammit. My life, my rules. Give one good reason why he should be president.
Because he is doing some good.
Like?
Not like
Like?
we want him to.
Like?
The war.
The war's good. Why?
It's not really a war or conflict because, you know what's up with Iran. There's no need to keep talking
What's good
about
with the
it.
war? I think we should keep talking about it. Why is the war good?
It's not really a war, but
Okay,
It's never-
yeah. Well, yeah, it's not really a war. Oh, it's not really a war, you guys.
what else has he done?
So
good,
I would
though? What
say
else?
the.
I'm going to give you more reasons. More
I
reasons why.
I just want you to tell me why the Iran war is a good thing.
Yeah, you'll see later. You might
Oh,
not
so-
think it is now, but you'll
Well,
see.
I'm at change my mind and convince me that it's a good thing, right?
No, you're supposed to change my mind. That's
Oh,
why
okay,
I'm here.
so you're not supposed to give any reason why you believe in the things that you do.
Well, you haven't given me a compelling reason.
Oh,
to not support
I haven't done X, I haven't done Y, I haven't done Z. I asked you to name one good reason why Trump is a good president. You said the war in Iran, and I'm asking you why the war is good, little bro.
because it will benefit us in the long run. And
How?
you'll see.
How?
You'll
How?
see. I can't
How?
predict the future. Am I Miss
Oh,
Cleo?
okay,
No,
okay. Well, if
I
you can't predict the future, then you can't
But you'll
make
see.
the claim that it will benefit us
Trust
in
me,
the
bro.
long run.
Trust me, bro.
Can we agree that saying the war will benefit us in the long run is indeed a prediction of the future?
Listen,
Can we agree that that's a prediction of the future? Can we agree?
this country was built on war, so it's good.
Can we agree that that's a prediction of the future, little bro?
Sure, why not?
Okay, but then you go on to say that you can't predict the future. So do you still agree that you can't
Okay,
predict the
yeah,
future?
I'm just
Do you still
agreeing to
agree that you
with
can't predict the future?
I concede.
Ah,
Next
good
point
boy. Next point. What's the next
Next point
reason
that
why
he's
Trump is a
good.
good president? Yeah, what
Another
is it?
reason why he's good, besides the war, is
Oh, but I
the,
thought you just conceded that point. So it's not besides the war, because the war is actually a reason why he's bad.
I just really need a compelling reason, Dean, not to support him.
Well, I'm over here asking you for a compelling reason to support him.
Well, I came up here in the hopes that you would change my mind. and you're not
Oh, okay. And the way that we start to change your mind is to identify the reasons why you believe Trump is a good president.
I'm still waiting for another point for you to bring up.
Oh,
that
okay,
I
okay.
might
So,
not
so,
agree with.
so you're saying that, well, you support Trump as president, even if you lack compelling reason to do so, because you also lack compelling reason not to do so. Do you have compelling reason to believe that Trump did not rape a child last night?
Oh my God, yo. See, this is why you're dangerous, yo.
Answer
Your
the question.
words, man.
Answer the question. Do you have compelling reason to believe that Trump did not rape a child last night?
I don't do hypotheticals, Dean. So
Okay.
thanks
Okay,
for helping me change my mind.
So you
man.
don't do brain. You don't do critical thought.
No, I'm still waiting. I need
Did you
to change my
graduate
mind.
middle
Give me a
school?
compelling
Did
reason
you
why progressive
graduate?
liberalism
Hey,
is the fucking key.
hey! Did you graduate middle school? Well,
No.
I know you didn't graduate middle
No.
school if you don't do hypotheticals.
I live in my mommy's basement.
Because you
I
had to
still
do
live in my mommy's
hypotheticals
basement.
to graduate middle school.
I still live in mommy's basement.
I know. So answer my question, please.
I can't. I didn't graduate middle school. Like,
Wait,
come on,
that wasn't.
Dean,
Wait. That wasn't even a hypothetical.
Come on, Dean.
Wait. I didn't even ask you a hypothetical. No, I asked you, do you have compelling reason to believe that Trump did not rape a child last night? That's not a hypothetical. A hypothetical would be a scenario of something that could happen but didn't. I didn't create a scenario of something that could happen that didn't, but I rather asked you descriptively, do you or do you not possess compelling reason to not believe he raped a child last night? There's nothing hypothetical about that question. It's rather an inquiry to determine if you do or don't possess good reason to believe that an event occurred, which is not a hypothetical. So answer the question. Do you possess compelling reason to believe that Trump did not rape a child last night?
What?
Answer the fucking question.
I can't answer silly questions, man.
Oh, so you're just not, okay, then what the fuck are you on my live stream for? You join, I ask you what reasons that you have to support Trump, and then you're like, I can't give you reasons why I support Trump because I want you to give me a reason not to. Okay, so then I ask you a question. You say, I'm not going to answer that question because it's hypothetical. And then I explain to you how, in fact, it was not a hypothetical. And now you're saying, I'm not going to answer that question because it's silly. Why is the question that I asked you silly?
Before I forget, I wanted to thank all your fans for stopping by in my posts and saying hi here from Dean's Live.
Why
I thought that was really nice.
Why is the question that I asked you silly?
I thought that was really nice.
Why
I
is
just
the
wanted to
question
give
that I
the
asked you
fans some
silly?
support. Because it's like not entertaining at all. It's not really.
You don't find
like,
it entertaining? What do you mean by entertaining?
Yeah, because if in fact he did, that wouldn't be good. And yeah.
Okay, so you're only
I
going to answer
definitely-
questions that entertain you?
Oh my God, this is
Because you said you
going
weren't going to answer the question because it's silly. Then I ask you what you mean by silly, and you mean not entertaining. So in other words, what
I
you're saying
see
is
why
that you
you
will only
changed so
answer
many
questions
minds,
that
man.
entertain you. Is that what you're saying? Is that you will only answer questions that entertain you?
I see why you change a bunch of minds. I do. I don't know
answer
what
the-
I'm thinking. There's seriously something wrong with me. I can't support Trump. I can't. I can't do it anymore. Jesus Christ, what the fuck was I thinking?
Are you fucking with me?
Oh my fucking God, man. Dean, I just had an epiphany. You fucking did it, dude.
Are you fucking with me?
Dude.
Are you fucking with me?
No. Jesus Christ. The fuck out of here.
Get off my stream. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter with at least 3 brain cells. Thank you. Moving on. Guys, 3 brain cell minimum. Very, very important.
The frick's going on, kid?
Important.
What the frick's going on, kid?
How old are you?
I am 19, Dean. January 7th, 2007. Are you going to ask me, kid? I knew you were going to ask me. I knew you were going to ask me.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, because he's rich as hell, Dean. The frick? I can't curse because, I heard the TikTok thing's going to, strike me down.
Would you vote for Epstein?
Frick that guy, Dean. I wouldn't vote for that guy.
Was Epstein rich?
Hell yeah, dude. The frick? Come on, Dean. Dab me up. You know that's real.
So you wouldn't vote for all rich people, so then why would you vote for Trump?
Well, because I don't give a flying flamingo about those guys, Dean. That's why.
You don't give a flying flamingo about which guys?
About those guys, Dean. Like, the frick, dude. What's so funny, Dean? You're walking lunch money. You're walking lunch money, Dean.
Are you the one with a rich uncle that also happens to be an attorney that you're gonna use to sue me?
Holy frick, Dean! You knew. I used to give you swirlies back then. Remember that, Dean?
Get off my stream. Moving on to the next guest. Let's get Polo Man loaded up inside of that queue. Dude, what are we doing? Jess, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo.
What's up, man?
Charles, thank you for the Galaxy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, man? Wait, can you repeat that?
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay,
2008.
born in?
Is that fine?
Yeah, what month?
Huh?
What month?
Oh, June. What happened? You ready for the new generation to take over?
Frick,
How you feel about that?
I don't give a flying flamingo about the new generation. The frick?
Hey, that dude was a jackass though. Let's be real.
The frick? Don't curse in my
Alright.
stream. The frick?
Hey, you're walking on quicksand, buddy.
All right, give me a moment here to thank a couple of people. Then I'll pass the mic off to you. Secret,
All right,
thank you for the
man.
1 penny who says, Tess, is this a real Dean? It sure is. Courtney, thank you for the $5 who says, from Vivi, you rock it debating. Shout out to you, Vivi. That is VIVI. Julia, thank you for the $6 who says, congrats on 6.7 mil followers, King. Appreciate that, Julia. And Anissa, thank you so much for the $30 donation. Huge shout out to you, Anissa. Anissa, you actually became a viral sensation overnight. You should go look at my most recent repost. You're mentioned in it. Fun fact. I appreciate you for the $30. Anissa asked me to not read her message out loud, so I will keep that to myself. Just know that I appreciate you. I want to see 300 Anissa W's in that chat. Show some love to her. That is very, very kind. And then Rebecca with the $10 says, thank you for all that you're doing. Please don't stop doing it. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. And then Gia and Ashley, appreciate y'all for the $5. Vienna, thank you for the $10. She says, longtime viewer. I just want to say thank you for the streams. Well, thank you for being a longtime viewer of the streams. You're awesome, Vienna. On PayPal, thank you so much, Isabel, for the $5. Olivia with the $2. Kaden with the $1. And with that being said, we are caught up. If you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support this ugly, smelly asshole as president?
That's kind of messed up, man. You can't be calling my goat like that.
Your
You
goat?
watch UFC? You watch UFC?
Oh, no, we're not here to talk about UFC.
Okay,
all
all
right.
right.
Trump.
So basically, Donald Trump has made America great again. You know what I mean? He's made America what it had to have been. You know what I mean?
I'm snoozing out here. Could you give an argument for why that's true?
You need an Advil?
No, I need an argument.
So basically, Donald Trump, when he was elected, the whole world was in shambles with all that political shit. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, Donald Trump gave us the opportunity and took us to a new path. You know what I mean?
No. You kind of sound like Caroline
the
Levitt
sniffles.
if she was even more stupid than she already is.
Who's that?
Don't
You're walking
worry
on the
about
wrong
it.
side.
What's your favorite thing that Trump has done?
So basically, I mean, he pretty much done a lot to the soldiers, man. My uncle, he was in Nam, I think. That's what I heard from my uncles.
Your uncle's probably too young to have been a nun.
What do you mean by that?
You sound
Hey,
like
do you have
what,
any family
18,
in the
19,
military? I
20?
don't think so.
Well, that's actually why I say that, because my
Exactly.
great uncle served in
Delencio.
Nam.
Is that so?
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that you're trolling us. I don't think that your uncle would have been a nom. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue. If you do happen to be MAGA, everybody, I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could try to follow the rules. We got some weird ass guests today, man. We got some weird ass guests today. Like what the flamingo is going on, dude? What the flamingo is going on, guys? Idols, do you support Trump?
Yes, Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Age?
Okay.
Right.
18. Born 2007, November 18th.
Pronouns?
She, her.
Okay.
Okay.
Marcus, how old are you?
Where's the vape, buddy?
Okay. I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license, Idols?
No, I do not.
All right, and I can't believe you. I was going to ask her a couple questions about, like, rules of the roadway to verify her age, because that's typically what I do for people that kind of sound a bit younger. But due to the fact that she wouldn't know the rules of the roadway because she has a driver's license, we can't further confirm her age, so we're just going to move on. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hi, Brittany.
Hi.
Do you support Trump, Brittany?
Yes, I do.
How old are you, Brittany?
I'm 48.
Yeah? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Brittany? Brittany, why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because I like ice.
You like ice?
Yeah.
I don't know how you're doing that voice, but get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here, Brittany.
Okay, sorry, Dean.
I don't know how they were doing that, dude. Let's go to get the next guest, Jacob, loaded up into the stream right now. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Welcome in, Jacob. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Jacob?
Sorry?
How old are you, Jacob?
20. Born October 7th, 2005.
Alrighty. I believe you.
Sweet. Okay, so I only like him for one. Hold on. I want to explain something, and I want your genuine opinion on this, okay? So, you know how the right is a big thing on the 2A, right?
Yeah.
And I know he isn't.
Well,
I know he isn't.
That's why I said that's why I hesitated. Because Trump is anti-2A.
I was gonna say he did that stupid what was it, bump stock thing. So I have a question for you. Because one of their
should probably be banned.
Teach their own. We have FRTs now, all that jazz. So
I know FRT should be banned too. Like if we're gonna ban it, listen, the only reason why bump stock, well, I guess FRTs, the only reason why FRTs are legal is because of a technicality. But like, what's the difference in the material function of a full auto and an FRT? And if you accept that full auto should be legal, then FRT should be too. But I want to try to stay out of the weeds of like specific things like that because I doubt
my headphones real quick.
Because I doubt that everybody watching this stream like knows what an FRT is. It's basically a mechanism that allows you to fire a gun full auto without that gun technically being classified as full auto. And we would be able to hear you a lot better if you were not connected to your headphones, by the way.
Okay, I got you. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, it's a force reset trigger.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
So, okay, I am what many would call a 2A absolutionist. And now, I don't like Trump for that reason. But I will say this. Do you believe that the right will sign pro-2A legislator into law?
Go back.
For votes,
why are you a
extra
2A?
votes?
Why are you a 2A absolutionist?
Because I believe that everyone has a right to keep and bear arms.
Okay.
I
well,
do.
you obviously haven't read the Second Amendment because if we're talking about the Second Amendment, okay, read it to us.
All right, let's see. Here, I'll show it to you if you don't mind.
Oh, just read it, my friend. This will be great. Read us the Second Amendment. This will be awesome.
Wait, did I leave? Uh-oh. No, I didn't. Okay.
No, you're still here. Read us the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state.
What was the second word?
I guess. No, I got you. A well-regulated.
Regulated?
Yes. Do you know what that meant in the 1700s?
No, what did that mean in the 1700s?
That meant well-trained, my good friend.
So regulated
as well.
Used to mean trained?
Yes.
So you don't think that you should be able to own a gun unless you're trained?
I believe, personally, if you are going to sell a firearm, you should offer free classes.
No, not if you should offer free classes, but you just think that the Second Amendment only guarantees the right to own guns to people who are trained in the use of guns.
I don't think it guarantees that it is only trained, but I do believe
that's what it says.
I don't believe that is a necessity. I am a absolutionist, which means I believe anyone should be able to own a firearm.
Oh, okay. I want you to justify that claim that anybody should be able to own a firearm. including minors. Justify the claim that a 9-year-old.
Not minors. No.
Okay, well then not
minors.
everybody. Just so you support some
Okay,
regulations.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I will concede there.
Okay, so adults. So justify the claim that an 18-year-old should be able to own a fully automatic minigun that shoots 3,000 rounds per minute.
I would be impressed if they could afford that. But I believe they should own it because why not? Right?
Because they could use it to kill a shit ton of people?
Why would they?
Why would they
do
use it
believe-
to kill a shit ton of people? How about this? How about this? How about this? I would argue that some guns, some arms, absolutely should be illegal because A, the purpose of the design of the arm was literally to kill as many people as possible, as quick as possible. Such as a minigun.
I'll let you continue.
Is that a fair argument? That 18-year-olds
that's
shouldn't be able
fair
to own
only
fully
to a certain
automatic miniguns because fully automatic miniguns were literally designed to kill as many people as possible, as fast as possible?
Hold on, sorry, repeat the question.
That 18-year-olds shouldn't be able to own miniguns because miniguns were designed to kill as many people as possible, as fast as possible. And under the right circumstances, it's possible to like literally kill over 1,000 people in less than 60 seconds with a fully automatic minigun?
I think the reason why is your first assumption for when a regular citizen buys a firearm is to kill someone with it.
No, I never brought up an assumption about the intention or purpose of the person that's buying it. I brought up a fact about the intention and purpose for the design of the weapon. Here's what I would say. I would say that people obviously should have the right to bear arms as it would relate to self-defense and even hunting in some scenarios. And I think that we should ensure that people can bear arms for personal safety. And I think that this would even extend beyond handguns. This would include the shotguns and even some rifle types. Like short barrel rifles can be great for home defense, right? But see, my thing is, beyond the scope of what is practical for self-defense and including some bolt action rifles for hunting, I think that everything else should be banned. I think that everything else should be banned because I value the personal safety and lives of individuals that are killed by firearms over you wanting to be a hobbyist and get that fully automatic minigun from before 1979 just to shoot at the range. I think that life is more meaningful than you enjoying shooting a gun at the range.
So my question to you is, why do you think firearm deaths spiked after or spiked before or after the NFA Act of 86? Or not, National Firearms Act was much older. Sorry. The 86 ban on machine guns.
I thought on the 86 ban on machine guns. Well, I would assume that we had some...
I would assume that 1986.
Yeah, I would assume that we had some deaths before that, but even after the ban, you could still buy and sell machine guns that were manufactured prior to 1986. You could, in fact, still do that today. There's a local FFL in my town that is literally selling a $100,000 fully automatic machine gun, but it went down. Okay, and then we also saw the same thing as it relates to ARs with the AR ban in the 90s to 2003. And we also see, according to Everytown Gun Research today, that literally the more gun control that a state has, the less gun deaths that they have per 100,000 residents. You could find this on your computer right now. Go search up Everytown Gun Research, okay, gun deaths per 100,000 residents, and it will give you a list of all 50 states. And then it grades on a scale of 0 to 100 the amount of gun control that they have in that state. And then it shows a very strong positive correlation between gun deaths and gun control. And the more gun control a state has, the less gun deaths they have. And I think that another individual's life is more meaningful than a piece of metal in your hand, as it would extend beyond the scope of what would be feasibly and recommendedly required for self-defense.
So I would ask you, why does it matter if it's with a firearm as opposed to any other reason? But you said you already answered that. It was the intended design of them, correct?
Yes, firearms are intended to kill. But this isn't exclusive to firearms either. Things that can kill and frequently do kill should absolutely be regulated. A very good example of this is vehicles. The very best analogy I have to guns is cars. There are reasons why you cannot drive an F1 fucking a sports car on public roadways. It's because it is unnecessary to get you from point A to point B, in the same way fully automatic machine guns are unnecessary for self-defense. And if you were to drive an F1 race car on a public roadway, you would be at a significantly higher likelihood to hurt yourself or hurt others on that roadway. The same way when you own a fully automatic machine gun, you're at a significantly higher likelihood to hurt yourself or hurt others. And also for all vehicles, we ensure that before an individual can drive a vehicle on a public roadway, that they have to be licensed insofar as the scope that they know how to operate that vehicle and they have pledged to operate it safely. And that's just because cars can kill people. So I think maybe we should have something similar for guns, not only because guns can kill people, but because guns do kill people, but more so because guns are designed to kill people. It's the power of a god in your hand. But anyways, I want you to respond to my very simple common sense position because I genuinely don't understand how anyone could ever disagree with the following statement. Okay? Because we know that gun control works per the research done by Everytown Gun Research, guns in which are not required beyond the limited scope of what is feasibly and recommendedly used for self-defense should be banned.
So the reason I disagree with that is because to a certain extent, a lot of people, it is subjective what people believe is necessary for self-defense. We did have a case of a gentleman who used a full auto machine gun to defend himself and his fiance. What was his name? If you don't mind, me looking that up real quick.
Well, you didn't listen to what I said. I didn't say we should ban guns that couldn't be used for self-defense, because all guns technically could be used for self-defense. A tank could be used for self-defense. But I said what could feasibly and recommendedly be used for self-defense.
But
okay, this is going to talk about handguns. This is going to be shotguns. This might include even SBRs.
Now, my question to you is, how do you find out what is, quote, necessary for self-defense, though?
By looking at the function of the firearm in a self-defense scenario and by evaluating the outcomes of the use of particular firearms in historical self-defense scenarios. This is why gun experts don't recommend using a long-barreled AR for home defense, because you can't pivot around the corner fast enough, and you'd be much better off with maybe a 12 gauge for self-defense, because it's going to have a larger spread. You could carry it at your side, and if it's a short barrel 12 gauge, you could get it around a corner fast enough,
Okay.
Or like a pistol for self-defense, either in home because you could get it, or you could pivot it around corners, or even out on the go while carrying it with a permit in many states, or constitutional carry in other states. But there's just no reason why you would ever need a fully automatic rifle for self-defense. And maybe if you want to posit that you could need a fully automatic rifle for self-defense if you have like 25 bad guys raiding your house and you need to shoot them all down at the same time. Well, let me tell you, it doesn't matter if you have a fully automatic gun or a semi-automatic gun. If you have 25 people coming at you with guns themselves, they're going to get you.
Right. So, okay.
I think the only scenario where a fully automatic rifle could genuinely be used is in war or a zombie apocalypse, which is exactly why in America, guns such as fully automatic rifles are banned outside of scenarios of war or in zombie apocalypses when the state falls.
But here's the thing: the Second Amendment does not dictate what you need, right? Because think of it this way: civilian
we're not
ownership
we're not talking about the Second Amendment of what it says. But by the way, the Second Amendment does agree with me. That's why the full automatic gun ban stands. No, we're talking about what should be legal. Okay, and I just don't see any reason why fully automatic guns should be legal. How about this? Practically, why would you need a fully automatic gun in your life?
Why is it about need though?
It's about need because they are really easy and they could be used to kill people, and they have been used to kill many people. So the reason why we should evaluate this on the basis of need or necessity is because I don't think anything should be legal for leisure if that thing is going to be used to end a lot of innocent lives. Would you be willing to ban fully automatic guns in the scenario where banning fully automatic guns would result in like saving innocent lives?
I think if there was no other way, okay, say this, okay, because I also I live in New Hampshire. I live in a very pro 2A state. Which is ironic given we're blue, but you know, you see how that is, right? I used to live in California, okay, which was very anti 2A state.
I just want to know. Do you think that you should be? Are you okay with gun control if said gun control will inevitably save the innocent human lives?
No, because I don't think they will. I don't think it will.
Are you pro-life?
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. To an extent.
Oh, wait. So you're telling me that you wouldn't be willing to give up your gun if it meant that it would save the more innocent lives of humans like you and I, but you do think that women and girls should give up their right to access healthcare because it will save the innocent lives of individuals like you and I. So in other words, you're okay with restricting the rights of women as it relates to saving innocent life, but you're not okay with restricting the rights of men as it would relate to saving innocent lives.
No, that's where the to extent thing. My only caveat with abortions and anything deeming to that is I dislike how people use it as some people, and of course I don't think there's really any stats on this. It's really only anecdotal overall, but I dislike how some people will use it as like a form of birth control, which I do think is wrong. But
I think it's worse to use a fully automatic gun as a toy than abortion as birth control. But do you think that any abortion should be banned?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, so you're a pro-choice absolutist.
That was a misspeak on my part. That is my bad.
Okay. Well, now let's just see what abridges upon more rights of more people. Gun control of the left or pro-life policy of the right? I would say that it's pro-life policy of the right because of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade. Now 66 million American women and girls have lost their fundamental human right to access elective abortions in close to 30 of our 50 states. So because you think in both scenarios they exist as innate rights to an individual, and the right is infringing upon these innate rights exclusive to individuals to a higher extent than the left, because you're both pro-choice and pro-2A, that inevitably you would view the left as the lesser of two evils.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, I think there's something we can both agree on, right? This presidency, and honestly, the past 3 presidencies, given that 2 have been the same person, have been a disaster overall, right?
I thought that Biden's domestic policy was great.
I will say this. Gas prices specifically have been the same they were under him, and are the same as they were under Biden. Now, granted, the reasons for those were both very different, but again, I think the past 3 presidencies have been a disaster, right? I think we can agree upon that, or at least the 2 under Trump have been disastrous.
Yeah, but this isn't answering to the question that I just asked you.
Which is, repeat that for me?
Yeah, so you agreed that you are also a pro-choice absolutist? Because I showed you how, from your perspective, if you're going to be a pro-2A absolutist, it is also necessarily required that you are a pro-choice absolutist. And then you accepted that, therefore, you are a pro-choice absolutist. Okay, well, then I described to you how the right is infringing upon upon the rights of more women and girls. Then the left is infringing upon the rights of gun owners. So therefore, you should inevitably see the left as the lesser of two evils and not support Trump for that reason.
So that's the thing. I only support Trump for the idea. Even I know he's going to use it for crappy reasons, right? That they may sign that into law for the sake of votes. But that's the only reason I really support him. Otherwise,
what specifically do you support Trump for? We've spent our time talking about fully automatic rifles. Even he agrees that they should be banned.
That is the main reason I support him.
But he thinks they should be banned just like me. Even Trump thinks that fully automatic rifles should be banned.
He'll use it. He'll still sign pro-2A stuff into law for the sake of votes. I mean,
like what?
All right, let's see. The gutting of the NFA that was supposed to happen, but we ended up just getting rid of the.
Getting rid of a tax stamp isn't getting rid of the. Is not gutting the NFA.
No, we were supposed to. That's
but he
what I was
didn't.
trying to say. We were supposed to.
But he didn't.
That got gutted in the very end. But think of it this way.
So you can't point me towards anything that Donald Trump has done in reference to 2A that you agree with.
No, not necessarily. I think again.
Also, by the way, I fucking love the NFA. Why do you disagree? Why do you disagree with the NFA?
I disagree with the NFA because I believe that specifically the SBR laws and the suppressor laws are stupid. They are.
You don't think that you should have to give your fingerprints to the government before you could buy a fucking suppressor?
No.
Why?
Suppressors are good for your hearing, brother.
I know. I know. I'm actually going through the process right now of getting one for my home defense. 9mm because I foresee a scenario in the realistic near future of somebody coming to my house and trying to kill me and my girlfriend because people have already tried to do that and got arrested for it by the FBI. So I don't want to lose my hearing for a week when that happens, which is why I'm actively going through the NFA process of acquiring a suppressor for my home defense gun. But the thing is I'm happy I have to go through a process where at the bare minimum, I'm giving them my fingerprints. At the bare minimum, I'm giving them my social security number. At the bare minimum, I'm telling them who I am. And at the bare minimum, they're going to spend 6 days ensuring that I'm not a crazy dude who's going to use it to shoot up a school. I'm totally fine with that. I am happy that I have to wait 20 days before I get my suppressor.
So but why for a suppressor specifically?
Because suppressors reduce the sound emitted from a gun as well as they reduce the recoil, which allows that gun to be used in more scenarios to kill more people without alerting the individuals around them. Individuals will use suppressors to attempt to kill people in crowded areas without alerting the majority. If you put a suppressor on a .22 long rifle, it's gonna be just as loud as a snap. And due to that reason, they could be used to kill significantly more people in crowded areas.
I think that's kind of true. So suppressors overgas the. Okay, I won't get. Okay, for your sake, I'm not going to get too much into this semantics. But have you done really much research? Research on the differences in using a suppressor for a .22 versus say like a 9mm, and like what goes into
why does any of this matter towards the debate?
Because what I'm trying to say is
But by the way, they just work the same. They cool down the gas. That's all.
Right. But again, the reason I'm saying that I think it's silly for the suppressors to be part of the NFA. I don't think that it would be used to kill more people without people noticing. Anyone's going to notice that.
Have you ever shot a suppressed .22 subsonic before?
A .22 is different from a 9mm, brother.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you agree that you could use .22s to kill people?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so have you ever heard a suppressed .22 subsonic before?
I have one.
How loud is it? How loud is it? How loud is a suppressed subsonic .22?
Quiet enough for me not to use ear protection, but
not just quiet enough for you to not use ear protection. With the right suppressor and the right bolt action rifle, if you're using subsonic rounds, it's like seriously like 85 decibels. Like you were in hearing safe range where you could take that out in public, fire it, and people won't even know that you're firing a gun. That could just be you dropping your keys on the ground for anybody else is concerned with.
Yeah, but again,
which is why if they should be legal, which honestly that's questionable. Okay, if they should be legal, that's questionable. If they are legal, at least you should be required to go through this strenuous process where the federal government collects all of this bio data from you and then spends a couple weeks ensuring that you're not a crazy person. So do you agree with that? Before somebody should be able to possess the power of a god in their hand without alerting anybody around them, that they should at least have to give their bio data to the government and have the government ensure that they're not a crazy person?
Why would that extend anywhere other than 22s? If that's the
okay, so you actually are agreeing to this as it relates to 22s?
Yes and no. Okay. If it relates to 22s, if it relates to 22s, okay, sure, I get what you're saying. Not that I agree with it, but I get what you're saying, right? But
the reason why it should be
so
required
if-
for other guns, like even 9mm, is because it's still hearing safe. Okay, and most people recognize a firearm shooting because it's ear blisteringly loud. It is a loud, a deep boom. You shoot a suppressed 9mm with subsonic rounds. It is hearing safe, and it's not a loud, deep boom. Okay, people are still not going to be automatically alerted to the
loud
facts.
enough report on that though.
Yeah, but
I've
people aren't
shot
going to be
both.
automatically alerted to the fact that it's a firearm because of the typical sound of a non-suppressed firearm that people are like familiar with. It's closer to the sound of a firework that's a loud, deep boom. You shoot a suppressed 9mm, it is not a loud, deep boom. Okay,
I mean,
and
there's
simply
that
because
and the-
it's not a loud, deep boom, people are going to be less alert to it being shot. Sure, they'll still hear a loud noise, but they won't automatically jump to the conclusion that that loud noise was a firearm going off.
Right, but there's still the crack of a round going by you. You heard it. You know, you've heard it before, right?
Well, A, there's only a crack of a round going by you if the round does go by you, not if it lands in somebody in front of you. And B, you have to be relatively close to it, or the acoustics of the space at large have to be like well off. But if you're in like a crowded metropolitan area outside, no, you're not going to hear the crack of a suppressed round going by you.
I think so. I think they do. I mean, I've shot what was it? An SS.
I'm done with this conversation. I was willing to have that conversation with you because it's something that I've been internally thinking about a lot recently in my legal process to buy a suppressor for home defense. But I'm pretty sure that everyone else is pretty bored. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Chill. Chill's not here. Let's go to move on. Yeah, I've been getting a lot more knowledgeable on gun control with my process of fucking, strapping myself up. Yeah, admittedly, everybody, I like to be transparent about this. I am strapped as fuck, okay? Okay, I am strapped as fuck. After I had the FBI turn up at my door and tell me that somebody was literally on their way to kill me and my girlfriend, and they had to arrest them before they could get here, and then I got swatted, and somebody told me that they were going to break into my house unless I paid them money. I am fucking strapped, dude. I am fucking strapped, okay? I'm goddamn strapped. I will buy what my state's law allows me to. Let's go and get that next guest connected. I probably need to move, honestly. That's probably going to happen soon, by the way, folks. I'm probably going to move. I don't really talk about this online because I guess people tell me not to. There's a lot that you guys don't know because the general recommendation is, oh, Dean, don't talk about it publicly because then it gets it more exposure. Like, there's so much that I haven't told you guys about concerns related to my personal safety. But, that's why I'm strapped. Strapped to the max. Let's go and get that next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA.
Hi.
That is a minor. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. Tina, thank you so much for the Lily the Leopard. I appreciate you. Thank you. One thing I will say, though, is becoming strapped to the max. I've had to go through a lot of different processes related to my blue state's gun regulation. And it's really just solidified my opinion that, if anything, blue states aren't doing enough.
Hello?
Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not, but I want to ask you, how was your day today, D?
It was good, but I'm going to ban you because we are just looking for some Trump supporters. No, thank you so much for the galaxy. Like, this is a crazy fact that I wasn't familiar with until, like, a couple weeks ago personally. I was always under the impression that fully automatic guns were banned, period. Who else shares that similar impression? Does anybody else also think that? Just let me know in the chat if you also, like I did 2 weeks ago, thought or think that fully automatic guns are banned. Okay, a lot of people are saying yes. That's not true. That's not true at all. You could buy fully automatic guns. They just have to be produced before 1986. You could buy a fully automatic Tommy gun. And you could legally own it. You could legally use it. Even in Colorado, which is a blue state. Isn't that crazy? I'm sure that other states have banned them based on their state law. But in many blue states even, like Colorado, they haven't. Welcome in, Mr. James Reynolds. Do you support Trump?
I actually did not mean to join. I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't mean to join.
No worries. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. We got Mr. Red Guy 12 joining. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Aww.
Banned. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for debate. Somebody said, I've heard that in America you could buy guns in grocery stores. Well, I do live in a blue state, so I've never encountered a gun in a grocery store. But even in my blue state, I have encountered guns in Walmarts. Yeah, like you could go buy guns at Walmart where I live. And that's just something I'm used to. That's just the way that I've always known it to be. I'm pretty sure it's even crazier in Texas. Welcome in, Brooke. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. So basically,
Child. A lot of you guys are saying what? Well, I mean, I guess Walmart would, like, be a grocery store. They sell a bunch of food there. I guess it's technically a grocery store. So, yeah, technically, you can buy guns in grocery stores. Yes. Yeah, I could go down to my local Walmart, my local grocery store, and buy a gun. That is true. That is very true. America's crazy, bro. It's even worse in Texas. It's even worse in Texas, dude. No background check.
Hey, Daddy Dean.
Banned. No background check, no waiting period. You just walk in and walk out. Isn't that nuts? That in some states you could buy guns without a background check? You could just walk into a grocery store, buy a gun, no background check, walk out with it the same day. That's fucked. That is crazy. That is really crazy. That is really, really, really crazy. Will, do you support Trump? Will, hello? Will's also not here.
Hello?
Ah, fuck, he is here. Will, feel free to hop back inside of the queue. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Okay, here we go. Let's go to get the next guest, Jason, connected. Let's go to get that next guest, Jason, connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Holy shit, Dean, I love.
Guys, please stop. Let me debate. God damn it. Let me debate. John Jacob, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, congrats on getting live stream access back. Yeah, we haven't talked about that for a reason because I think me talking about the reason why they banned me in the past is like triggering some AI system to ban me again. Anissa, thank you for the $5. Who says, since that clip went semi-viral, I've had so many kids texting me asking me for money for Robux. That's funny as fuck, Anissa. Joe, thank you for the $10. Who says, there's always been a line with 2A. It's just a matter of where we draw that line. Currently, you can't own a grenade. You can't own a sawed-off shotgun. You can't own a machine gun. We already limit what civilians can own. Super true, Joe. Appreciate you for the $10. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, RHM?
Yo, Dean. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006, March 1st.
Okay. Give me one moment to think a couple 2006. Get out of here. Vinny, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Vinny W's. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I do really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Vinny with the $20 says, Dean, I can't send much, but I wanted to thank you. Your live last night with Gabs was able to convince my girlfriend that she was raped because she went through a very similar situation to Carol and Gabs. Thank you for all that you do. I wish I could give you more. Wow. Vinny, please give your best, give my best to your girlfriend. I'm really sorry to hear that that happened to her, but I'm really happy to hear that, you know, she knows what happened to her. Yeah, that was a really deep conversation we had, Vinny. I appreciate you for the $20. Wyatt, do you support Trump?
Huh?
Child. So many children in the queue. Jamie, Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Jamie. Show some love to Jamie down below. Let's get 500 Jamie W's down below in the comment section. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to Jamie, who says, you don't have to read this out loud unless you want to, but I got to know if you're a secret gun collector. I work in the firearms industry, and a few things that you said remind me of every collector I know. There's a surprising number of leftist collectors, by the way. No, I'm not a gun collector. And maybe you even sent that donation before I went through the specifics of why I own firearms. But I just own firearms that I think would be conducive towards the safety of me and my loved ones for home defense. Because it's not an if, but rather a when somebody will try to come and kill me. Because it's already happened before. But luckily, the FBI was able to intercept it. Jason, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
What year are you born in?
2000, August 5th.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to thank a couple more people, and the mic of the floor yours. Olivia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much. And good to hear that, Olivia. Good to hear that. Avery, thank you for the $5, who says, I don't agree with your political views, but I love watching your streams, and I think that what you do takes a lot of courage. Avery, if you're over the age of 18, you should join. I'd love to have a chat with you, seriously. And then Anissa with another $10 saying that you saw the repost. Yeah, that's crazy. Haley, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo, who says, Dean, my dad is a pastor at a church in Colorado who's accepting of everyone. We have gay staff. Christianity is never an excuse to be unkind to anybody. Haley, are you from Boulder? There are a bunch of really inclusive churches in Boulder, and I love them all. If so, shout out to your dad. I love him so much. That is phenomenal. Let's get 300 Haley W's for the $30 donation. That is very, very kind of you. Then same thing to you, Jess. Thank you for the $5. And Quest, thank you for the $10. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Tracy, who says, hey, Dean, I live in Texas, and absolutely just have to assume that every single person I come across is packing heat. Scary, very scary. Then Triana with the $10 says, Texan here. Yes, you could go in and buy one and walk out with it a couple minutes later. That's what stores do. It's way too easy, which is exactly why they have more gun deaths per 100,000 residents. Haley over on PayPal, thank you for the $10. She says, I also carry, but I live in a permitless state. My husband got me a Ruger LCP for my Mother's Day to keep in my car. If you want to get something for your girlfriend's protection, I would suggest due to it being small, compact, and easy to use. I appreciate you so much for the idea and for the $10, Haley. Marianne, thank you for the $6. Tim, thank you for the $2. Nasir, that is Nasser, thank you so much for the $17 donation. Let's get 200 Nasir W's. It says, Dean, I just want to check if you're okay. I've seen a lot of emotional edits of you, and they're honestly made me worry about you. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of over-made to be over-dramatic edits out there, Nazir. I'm doing all right. I appreciate you. Then Naomi, thank you for the $10. She says, love your videos. Well, I appreciate you. All the love in the world to you. Caroline, thank you for the $10. And with all that being said, we're caught up. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump. Jason.
I'd say my number one reason is computer, activate hair follicle reactivation, make this man's bald spot grow hair.
I thought it was funnier when it was computer, make this guy gay and horny. I mean, now you're just like going after my insecurities. I like the gay and horny better than the reactivate follicles on the bald spot. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Go back to the gay and horny, bro. Let's go to get we got Atlas loading into the stream. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right, man. How old are you?
26.
Cool, man. What year are you born in?
August 8th, 1999.
And why do you have to support the very worst president of your life?
So I honestly support Trump because... But he's also doing a really good job with...
Not funny. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate, everybody. We got Heath loading up inside of the queue. Cassie, appreciate you for the $1 donation on PayPal, and I'm happy that the streams have been able to help you out in such a bad time. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Heath?
Yeah.
Could you disconnect me from your car, Heath?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Are you driving? Are you driving,
Look.
Heath? Heath, are you driving? Heath, are you driving?
I was auto scrolling.
Are you currently driving?
Yeah.
Yes?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Why do you support Trump, Heath?
Better selection than any other candidates that were running.
Better selection than any other candidate. So why was the rapist better than the non-rapist? Trump's the rapist, by the way. Kamala Harris was the non-rapist, by the way. Oh, I don't think we're going to be able to debate Heath. I think he has MAGA mobile,
Yeah, but she's a
frankly.
dumbass.
Oh, so she was a dumbass. All right. Well, let's try to watch her language here so we don't get banned, Heath. Why was she not that smart?
Okay. We say?
So why was she less smart than the guy who said coal is clean, the guy that said human-caused climate change doesn't exist, the guy that was so fucking stupid, he led himself to raping women and sexually exploiting women and little girls, okay?
Did he get convicted? Is there any proof?
Yeah, he was found guilty of rape. He had to pay his victim $5 million, and he actually admitted to the sexual exploitation part. Yeah, Heath. Oh, I had a little bit of hope for the MAGA mobile. I think he's gone now. Heath, just reconnect later when you're on Wi-Fi, my friend. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Kingstone?
It was me.
Kingston.
I was at a sex party the other night.
Oh, we're gonna disconnect him. Whoa. He was on a call with his friend in the background, it seemed like. Whoa! Yo, slow down. We're gonna disconnect him. My God. My God. Holy cow. Let's go to get that next guest connected. My God. Whoa. We got conservative media loading into the live stream. What did he say? You guys missed what he said? Oh, wow. You're lucky. You're lucky that you missed what he said. What's up, conservative media? Do you support the worst president of your life?
I do support Donald Trump, yeah.
God, so gross, man. I can't wait until we as Americans can fundamentally agree that sexual predators shouldn't be president. I can't wait.
All right. Well, I was hoping to come up here and debate you.
How about we debate that claim? Can we agree that sexual predators shouldn't be in public office?
Well, yeah, we can. But I was hoping to debate you on something right now on the SAVE Act, actually.
Okay. We could talk about the SAVE Act as soon as we're done talking about the whole sexual predator thing. So you agreed that sexual predators shouldn't be in public office. So then why did you put a sexual predator in public office?
Oh, I mean, I never actually got the opportunity to vote for him.
So then why do you support a sexual predator in public office?
I support the administration.
Okay, that's not an answer to my question.
Listen, I mean, I'd be down to debate the whole B. Jean Carroll thing another time, but as of now, I'm not that well versed on it.
I just don't. I mean, listen, it's just final. Okay, the unanimous jury of 9 ruled that he did it, including a pro-Trump juror who E. Jean Carroll's lawyers tried to get off the jury, but they failed. The first appeals court that Donald Trump went to rejected his appeal and said he did it. Same thing with the second, same thing with the third, same thing with the fourth, and same thing with the fifth. And then even the Supreme Court, 6-3 conservative leaning, rejected Trump's appeal and said that he did it. So, like, what's to be contested?
Listen, I'm just not the most well versed on it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know about the whole situation. I was just hoping to debate you about one thing right now.
Okay, listen, I'll give you a couple minutes to debate about whatever you want to talk about, but then after that, I'm going to drive you to something else. It's not about the rape case. It's about something that you don't need to be too well versed in to have a conversation of. But what do you want to talk about as it relates to the failed SAVE Act, which our Congress has rejected a total of 6 times now?
Would you say that you're not pro-SAVE Act?
I'm anti-SAVE Act.
Why is that?
Because I think that the burden of proving citizenship for registered voters should fall on the state, not the voters. And the SAVE Act wants to place that burden on the voters.
Well, here's the thing. is that if this is just a federal mandate to show voter ID, right? What a lot of states are doing is that, despite that it's getting, despite they have to provide a voter ID, right? What a lot of states are doing is they're actually making it easier to get an ID.
That's
right?
not
It
that's
should-
not the part of the SAVE Act I disagree with. The part of the SAVE Act that I disagree with is a mandate to show a birth certificate or a passport when you register to vote. That's the really bad part.
Why is that?
Because it's an exhaustive cost to prove citizenship to register that we don't need. It will just prevent people that don't have a birth certificate or a passport with their current first and last name on them from voting.
So would you say that the process to vote right now is like too loose? Would you say that it's too
No.
easy to vote in the United States?
No.
No?
Really? No, not at all. I love my state's voter laws. And by the way, in all 50
Really?
states, they share the same voting laws concerning registering to vote. Did you know that in order to register to vote, you already have to prove citizenship?
Did you know that a lady out in California actually had her dog vote in several elections, and the only reason she got caught is because she posted on social media several times?
Yeah, a Republican lady? Yeah, I am familiar with that. The Republican that got arrested for that, one of the 19 confirmed cases in the last in 2020 of voter fraud, according to the Heritage Foundation, that is a right-leaning source. No, you're totally right. You're totally right.
Yeah.
That Republican lady in California was one of the 19 confirmed cases of voter fraud in the 2020 election. That's true. But I asked you a question and you didn't respond to it. Did you know that you have to prove citizenship in order to register to vote already?
In several states, yes. Not in all states, though.
In all states, when you go to register to vote, you have to give them your first and last name, a current address. You also have to give them your social security number. And then the county's voter registrar office then takes that information. They check you out to make sure that you are giving information that is accurately a citizen. And then they approve your registration. And then you're a registered voter.
I don't
You
believe that to be
already
the
need to
case. I think
prove
that is-
registration in order to vote.
I don't believe that to be the case. I think it's that when you go to register, when you go to register, if you lie about being a U.S. citizen, and they find out about it, they can actually punish you for perjury.
Then name one state where you could register to vote without providing name, birth date, and SSN. Name one.
I could probably look one up right now.
Do it.
Can you reiterate the question again?
Name one state where you could register to vote without providing name, birthday, and social security number.
Yeah.
In the meantime, folks, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that little share button and repost this. If you want to support the live stream, if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pinned message on YouTube and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Just make sure that you are quadruple checking that spelling. There's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. While I was looking for that, I'll actually thank a couple people. Nicole, thank you for the $1. Elise, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Heather, thank you for the $1. Haley, thank you for the $10. Who says, no, my dad's a pastor in South Denver. Well, I wish him the best of luck. Isabella, thank you for the $10. Who says, first-time donor. I was a libertarian until a student entered my younger sibling's school with an AR-15 and a handgun and shot 4 kids. I'm so sorry to hear that, Isabella. Thank you for the $10. And that is exactly why we need better gun control, 110%. And then on Super Chat, thank you, Christopher, who says, Dean, you're making a ton of positive claims regarding constitutionality of gun laws without any supporting evidence. Heller and Buren would not support your claims. Yeah, what claim did you make that I didn't substantiate, Christopher? And then over on PayPal, thank you, Coley, for the $1. Hartley, thank you for the $1. And Jasmine, thank you for the $10, who says, America seems like a TV show. All the movies and social we watch in America are American. Well, yeah, unfortunately, we are a really dramatic and bad reality TV show right now, and I fucking hate that. We are all caught up with the donors. Show some love to the donors down below.
Yeah, so you are right that it does require you to show a birthday and citizenship. The reason why I would say that that does require you to show a birth certificate and a social security number, but the reason why I think that the system is too loose, is because there's plenty of examples like the lady out in California who registered her dog to vote.
So you think if there's one example of a crime being committed, the system is too loose? So you think the only system you would advocate in support of is one with 0 infractions of the system. That's fucking stupid. The reason why I say that's fucking stupid is because when we look at a general election where there's literally only 19 confirmed instances of voter fraud, including those that got caught, like the lady you're referring to, which was the system working the way it was designed to, the way it was intended to, we absolutely should not pass legislation that would maybe catch those 19 people faster at the expense of disenfranchising millions of voters. It's just dumb. It makes no sense.
No.
Our elections are perfectly fine. You already have to prove citizenship in order to vote.
Yeah, no, so that's not what I said. What I said that it shows the inadequacies when of our voting system when we don't have voter ID, right? By the way,
I'm not debating that the SAVE Act is bad because of anything to do with ID to vote. I'm debating that the SAVE Act is bad because of the exhaustive cost of registering to vote that will just disenfranchise millions of voters and do nothing to materially make our elections safer because we already require proof of citizenship in order to register. That's why the SAVE Act is bad.
I just want to say, do you realize that this has been the easiest time to vote in the country's history?
And that's why you guys want to turn around and make it harder again, because you disagree with the fact and you hate the fact that the Democrats usually win the popular election, and that's a big old threat to the GOP. And you guys hate the fact that we now have a massive blue wave across the country in all of these special elections. And if you guys don't disrupt the elections before the midterms and disenfranchise disproportionately Democratic voters, then we will win. Okay, you guys have to cheat to win. You guys are trying to rig the midterms elections. Attempting to pass a bill by attempting to pass a bill to redelegate the burden of proving citizenship in order to register to vote from the state to the person, and then requiring extraordinary means to prove that citizenship, like a birth certificate or a passport, that is completely unnecessary, that according to studies will prevent around 10 million Americans from voting. My point is we don't need it because we already require proof of citizenship in order to register. And there are so little confirmed instances of people circumnavigating that requirement somehow and committing voter fraud. Once again, according to the Heritage Foundation, in 2020, there was under 50 confirmed instances of voter fraud. And a vast majority of those circumstances were not non-citizens registering to vote, but rather non-citizens stealing the identity of pre-registered citizen voters.
Yeah, so that's exactly why we need to make it so that you have to show a photo ID to vote, so we can prevent situations like what happened out in California.
You're reading off note cards.
I'm reading off note cards?
Because you continue to mention ID to vote. That is not my contention with the SAVE Act. And I thought that I've already repeated that 5 times. My contention with the SAVE Act is not ID to vote. My contention with the SAVE Act is citizenship, further proof of citizenship to register. Respond to that contention or I'm going to move on. I have had around 7 debates on the SAVE Act with conservatives, and every single time I break your script because you are pre-programmed by the powers that exist into thinking that it's about an ID to vote. And then you preload these note cards into your brain where everything that you say, every argument that you give, every counter argument that you regurgitate is about ID to vote. My position on the SAVE Act is not concerned with ID to vote. My position on the SAVE Act is the extraordinary exhaustive costs of the proof of citizenship that it wants to require in order to register. If you do not genuinely engage in my argument against the SAVE Act, I'm just going to move on. I had to do the same thing to the last conservative that came up and argued in support of the SAVE Act because he was regurgitating the same points you are and not addressing my argument in the slightest.
So who exactly does it disenfranchise?
10 million Americans, according to a study conducted by the American Liberty Institute, I believe. And this is going to be people that don't have an active passport or don't have a birth certificate with their last name aligning with their current last name, i.e. women after marriage in many scenarios, or people that don't have a birth certificate or a passport. But the fact is that it will disenfranchise people because it places a higher burden of proving citizenship on the person who's trying to register to vote. When today, as I've already stated 6 billion times, we already require proof of citizenship in order to register to vote, but we place the burden of proving that citizenship on the state. And we should try to place as much of the administrative burden as possible on the state. We should try to make it as easy as possible for people to register to vote.
Yeah, so the states are trying to make it as easy as possible with this federal mandate, right? They're trying to make.
So you think that requiring a passport or a passport or birth certificate to register to vote is easier to register than not requiring a passport or a birth certificate in order to register to vote?
Well, first of all, I agree with requiring those things to vote. Second of all, the states.
Why?
As I said, hold on. Mind if I finish?
Yeah.
The states are the ones that are trying to make it easier, right? All that the federal mandate is asking is that to show a photo ID. What the states are doing in response, and what this bill has encouraged is to make it easier to get an ID in these
He's
states.
back to the ID. We're not talking about IDs.
But that's a central point of this entire bill.
No, the central point of the SAVE Act is the proof of citizenship to register. That's why the bill's bad. Why do you think that a passport or a birth certificate should be required to register to vote?
Oh, wait, so by the way, a birth certificate comes along with, I believe, the passport. The main reason why, actually, hold on, you can bring a birth certificate as long as it's with like a registered driver's license, right? The idea of this is to mainly just to require a photo ID. That's the whole idea of this.
No, an ID is not proof of citizenship because non-citizens can get an ID.
What do you think? I'm curious. What do you think the central point of this whole bill is?
Why are you dodging my question?
What was your question?
Why do you think that a passport or a birth certificate should be required to register to vote when you've already conceded that people already have to prove they're a citizen in order to register to vote as is? Why do you think it's a good thing to make it harder for people to prove that they're citizens in order to register to vote?
Because it shows a photo ID. So you get a more legitimate sense of who's voting in these elections.
Brother. Listen. This is craziness. We're just talking right past each other. I've already said this 10 times. This will be my 11th time saying this. And in fact, it will be my last time saying this. So I want you to listen as closely as possible. Because if you can't listen this time, I'm not going to say it again. And we're simply either going to move on to the next topic, or I'm going to move on to the next guest as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
An ID is not proof of citizenship per the regulatory guidelines from the Department of Homeland Security. The reason why an ID or a driver's license is not proof of citizenship is because undocumented immigrants and non-citizen legal residents can get both IDs and driver's license in many of our states. Take Colorado, for instance. Here, undocumented immigrants can get a driver's license. If you were to take my driver's license and put it next to an undocumented immigrant's driver's license, they'd look the same. So clearly a driver's license is not proof of citizenship, because if it was, then that undocumented immigrant could quote unquote prove that they're a citizen and register to vote. That's why, according to the government regulatory guidelines, the cost extends beyond an ID and is rather a birth certificate or a passport. You told me that you agree with requiring people to show a birth certificate or a passport when they go to register to vote, even though you've already agreed that people have to prove citizenship when they register to vote with a name, address, SSN, and birthday.
Yes,
in which the
but
state
however,
then takes and proves their citizenship in back-end government databases.
I don't
So
believe it's
please
sufficient.
tell
though.
me
I don't believe it's
why
sufficient.
why not?
Oh, because I think that you should also have to require a photo ID as along with it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next subject now because I just got done describing that the SAVE Act is not requiring a photo ID for registration.
That's just absolutely not true. It does
It is.
require.
No, it requires a birth certificate or a passport.
Oh, okay.
When I went to register to vote in Colorado, I had to give them my ID to register. I said, hey, that's fine. The issue is the passport or the birth certificate. Okay? So I'm no longer debating that topic with you because you just have an inability to comprehend the words that are leaving my mouth. Now we're going to move on to this topic. You told me at the beginning of the stream that you would not support a sexual predator as president. I tried to bring up the rape case where Donald Trump was found guilty of raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. You told me that you didn't know enough about it to talk about it. Well, now I'm going to bring up another scenario of Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence that you don't need to know anything about to understand because I'll just play a clip of him admitting to it. This is Donald Trump on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005 admitting to sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants to look at them unconsensually in the nude.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I mean, it's not something I would. Yeah, it's not something that I particularly favor. I don't.
So do you agree that that's sexual violence?
You could say it's sexual exploitation.
Yeah, and we agree that sexual exploitation is a form of sexual violence, right?
For sure. I guess I don't know. I don't know enough of Trump's personal history here.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm more aligned with the Republican.
So definitions don't really concern Trump's personal history. When I ask you the question, can you agree that sexual exploitation is a form of sexual violence? That question is completely and totally unconcerned with Trump. Okay, but you said yes, it would be sexual violence. So do you remember when earlier in the stream you said you would not support a sexual predator or somebody that's guilty of sexual violence in public office? Do you remember when you said that?
Yeah.
But then you accepted that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual violence. I'll connect the dots for you. This means that you wouldn't support Trump.
I know. I get where you're going at. Like here, so let me respond. It's just I don't really care about Trump. When I voted for Trump in the primaries, not that the primaries matter where I live, but I don't really care about Trump, right? I care about typical Republican values, typical GOP values, right? I don't really care about Trump that much, right? Do you mind if I ask you a question?
You completely just weaseled out of the question that I asked you.
What was the question?
I'm going to write it down on a whiteboard. I would not support a sexual predator as president. Trump is a sexual predator. I would not support Trump as president. Okay, I'm going to show you my argument on a Google Doc just so you could track it because it seems like you're really struggling. One of the first things that you said when you joined this live stream is that you would not support a sexual predator as president. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I got you to agree maybe 2 minutes ago that Trump is a sexual predator because you admitted that he engaged in sexual violence. Do you affirm this claim too?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's true that you would not support a sexual predator as president, and it's true that Donald Trump is a sexual predator, then it would therefore necessarily also have to be true that you would not support Trump as president. Do you accept the claim that you do not support Trump as president?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have voted for him in the primaries, or I
Okay,
didn't
so,
even
so,
get the
so
chance
just to
to vote
clarify,
for him in general.
you're not a Trump supporter, right?
No, not particularly. I'm a GOP supporter.
Okay, wasting our time. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Probably one of the most dense people that we've spoken with all day. It's always the people that brand themselves as like conservative content creator, conservative media. Like they're just always the most dense. Will, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you, man?
19.
What year were you born in, then?
2007.
You seemed to hesitate there before you answered.
Yeah, I'm a bit slow.
What
my
time is
birthday
it?
was July 13th. I just turned 19 a few days ago.
What time is it?
It's 4 or 5:15.
What state are you in?
Colorado.
Really? Really, really, really? Are you in the Western Slope?
No.
Denver area?
Yeah.
Where in the Denver area?
Why?
How about this? I'm going to ask you a question without revealing exactly where you're at, just to ensure that you're being honest. Is Boulder north, south, east, or west of downtown Denver?
North.
I believe him. I fucking believe him. I actually believe him. I actually do believe him. He's right. I really only think he would know that if he was actually in Denver. I believe you. You know ball. Okay. All right, man. Let me thank a couple people, and the mic of the floor is yours to tell us why you support Trump, okay?
All right.
All right, Emma, thank you for the $10. She says, keep up the good work, Dean. Thank you for always speaking up for women and what is right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to Emma. Actually, one more big question. What big university is in Boulder? What big university is in Boulder?
Why?
Oh, this one might get you. Do you know? Oh, that one got him. Damn, he did his research. Wow. I wonder, did he maybe have like a map of Colorado pulled up on his computer expecting me to ask him some questions? About like the general geography? Got him. Got him. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. He started to leave there on his own, by the way, after we got him. Well, let's go to get the next guest connected up right now. Only do hop inside of the only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Emma, once again with the $10. I appreciate you. Show some love to Emma in that chat. Carrigan, thank you for the $10. She says, such an inspiring debater. It's always hilarious how many times Trump supporters cannot name a policy. Oh, so true. It happens all the time, Carrigan. Thank you so much for that love. And then Mr. Miles, that is Myles. Thank you for the $25 donation. Miles, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the love and support. Miles with the $25 says, appreciate you educating me in modern day politics. My brother is mixed like I am, and since getting married, he's been MAGA because of her family views. Now I can debate him back away from being brainwashed with your points. I really do appreciate you so much for the $25, Miles. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Miles. Good luck. You know, there's actually, I'm going to be very vague about this, maybe a similar situation that's unfolded generally in my family recently. A marriage between a Native American and a Mormon. And after the marriage, the Native American became brainwashed into the Mormonism. And that's something that I think about very, very, very frequently. That's something that I think about very, very, very frequently. Just know that I do appreciate you for the $25, Miles. Welcome in, Dark Zora. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I have my mom on the phone.
Ooh, I'm happy that I didn't kick you. Sounds good. Yeah, you want to throw her on?
Yes, hang on one second.
When you say on the phone, do you mean like a second device?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've done that before. It just doesn't really work out the best. Feel free to, the next time you're physically with her, throw her on an account. Or, like, talk to her and, like, maybe get her to sign into your account or something. But just over the phone, it doesn't really work out. Trust me, I've done it before. I've tried it. It just doesn't work. But if it did work, I'd happily do it, but it just doesn't. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Marlene, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says thank you. Shout out to you, Marlene. I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Garrett. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Elise, thank you for the $5. And we're all caught up on Venmo. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Let's go to get the next guest connected. All right. We got Nantucket Nate joining the stream. What a name. Nantucket Nate. This guy's probably going to be insufferable as fuck. Oh, did he leave? No, Nantucket Nate, come back. I want to talk to you in your salmon pink short shorts that you wear for the weekend boat trip. Where'd he go? Guess he left. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Okay. All right. It doesn't look like anybody's connecting. I swear I'm trying my best here to find somebody to debate, everyone. I'm trying somebody to debate. Only do hop inside of the queue if you are here for a conversation about why you are a Trump supporter. We got the greatest loading into the stream. Taryn with a 1 penny says, my mom says that the only way undocumented immigrants can pay taxes is by stealing identities. How could I refute that? ITINs were programs for undocumented immigrants. Look it up. Welcoming the greatest. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I please have a question. Please just answer it. Huh?
Nope. Child. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Moving on to the next guest. We got Alexandra loading up inside of that queue. Max, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Shout out to you. Appreciate you for being a VOD watcher. And welcome in. One moment. Molly with the $10 says, what people don't realize is that if a woman is married and divorced a few times, we'll also have to bring all marriage licenses and final divorce papers to signify every single change. This is voter suppression for women. I could not agree more. Appreciate you for the $10, Molly. Let's get 100 Molly W's down below. And we're all caught up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
All right. Please do respect the rules of the live stream. I wish that you guys would have a little bit more respect for the rules of the live stream. We're trying to do something here. We're trying to change some minds here. Please just respect the rules of the live stream. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. I wish that you guys would respect the rules. We're trying to debate people. When you guys break the rules, it makes that goal about a billion, trillion, quadrillion times more difficult. Please just follow the rules. Please. I'm asking you guys very kindly. Very, very kindly, I'm asking you guys to please follow the rules. Let's go to get Rotten Angel loaded up inside of the box. Here we go, everyone. We got Moon Lily loading up. Honestly, we're just gonna try to get a panel of people up here, hoping that at least one of them will actually care about me asking people to follow the rules. I guess that's kind of what my thought process is.
Hello.
We're gonna go bottom to the top. Moon Lily, do you support Trump?
I'm raised by them, actually, believe it or not.
What?
I'm raised by Trump supporters.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Doesn't sound like you're a Trump supporter. Next up, Pixelated Rot. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm currently walking. Yes.
Too much background noise. I'm sorry. Lil Miss Briar, do you support Trump?
Hi, yes I do.
JENK? Jink W, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we'll do a little bit of a 1v2.
She can go first if she wants to.
Lil Miss Briar, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 23.
What about you, Jink?
I'm 17, but I'm turning 18 soon. I don't.
All right, it's just you, Briar. What year were you born in?
I was born in 03.
Would it
in
be
June?
right? Would it be right in assuming that you're wasting our time?
No.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, well, my dad raised me to, he was an ICE agent. So I support, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I don't really know why he is raised me to support Trump, but my mom and him, they love Trump, and I guess I just followed them. I just want to know why you don't support Trump because I don't know.
1 second. Oh, I thought that you'd be talking in that video. I think that you're faking an accent. But if you want to know why you shouldn't support Trump, but you don't really have a good idea of why you do support Trump, I just recommend watching the live stream. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I don't know. I just had a red flag. I don't know if I could articulate why I had a red flag go off in my brain with her, but I did. I don't trust her. Logan, do you support Trump?
Yep.
Logan, you're connected. Do you support Trump? You do? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
All right, man. What year were you born in?
2007.
All right, dude. Why do you support the worst fucking president of your life? P.U.
That is not the worst president of my life. Biden was
Yes,
the worst
he
president of
is.
my lifetime, bud.
No, Biden
No,
was the
he's
best
not.
president
Okay.
of your lifetime. I'm not even joking, by the way. Biden actually was the best
You're saying
president
Biden's
of
better
your
than
life.
Obama?
Yes.
You think
That's
Biden's
that's my controversial view. I actually do think that Biden was better than Obama. I do.
That is crazy.
I'm sorry. I
But-
think it's a fact. I do believe that indeed. Yeah.
How?
I think he was. I think he
how
was.
that?
I think he was a little bit more anti-war than Obama.
Okay, I mean, like, I can agree to that to some extent. I mean, I guess I can see that, but like
But that's
overall,
my
as a
hot
president,
take.
though.
For everybody watching, especially those on the left, that's my hot take that I expect many people to disagree with me on. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I know.
Logan, go to take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
I guess. What my main reason? I guess I like the border control. I think his border control is now. I know this kind of sounds like basic, but I do like that we're taking out more illegal immigrants because I think businesses that were registered, or businesses that weren't registered on our LLC, were having more trouble finding people, and I think once you start kicking them out, so some companies like roofing companies, especially in Atlanta, Ohio, and Florida, we're getting more job openings for people who are registered as an American citizen.
Fact check. Wait, I'm gonna do a Patriot fact check on you. Where's my loud buzzer
Okay.
sound? One moment. Loud buzzer.
Not registered under LLC. Make sure you're not
sounds.
not registered under the LLC.
One moment. Where's my loud buzzer sound? Here it is. Fact check. Wrong! Okay, mass deportation
how's that
does
wrong?
not create more job opportunity for American citizens. In fact,
Under
it
L-
reduces job opportunity for American citizens. One
No,
moment,
I'm
let
not
me
saying.
speak.
Okay, gotcha.
The evidence that it reduces job opportunity for American citizens is very, very clear. Okay, when our country was getting invaded by immigrants under Biden in 2024, we added 2.2 million jobs. When our country was getting all of the immigrants were getting deported, 1.3 million last year in 2025, we only added 181,000 jobs. So much less job opportunity to the extent where the total amount of jobs that we added in a year was less than the rolling monthly average the year before under Biden. Additionally, since the start of Donald Trump's mass deportation, we have only seen the unemployment rate for Americans go up and up and up. In fact, it is now the highest since the pandemic. Last year, we also had the most layoffs since the pandemic. So you are totally wrong. Totally wrong.
Well, no, I'm saying business like not necessarily job opportunities, but ever like in the whole aspect of job opportunities, but jobs that were not registered as LLCs.
Why would it create job opportunities or reduce job opportunities for businesses based upon the way that they elect to file their taxes?
So businesses that weren't registered under LLC weren't registering like certain either I think it's roofing. It's also it's downspout companies. So these companies that don't like require identification behind like when you register. So like you don't have to register. You just register to apply for a position.
What does this have to do with LLC versus not LLC?
Because businesses that had LLC typically require you to fully register up for a job opportunity, where businesses that don't go under LLCs.
What do you mean fully? What do you mean fully register? What does that
like
mean?
it's because businesses that typically are not associated in LLC are under the table payments, so they don't have to register like their bank statements, everything. At least the jobs I know of, yeah. That's why I mentioned like roofing, all that stuff.
What?
Downspouts, yeah.
That's a complete and total fucking lie.
That's not.
That is a complete and total fucking lie.
Do you know what under the table payments are?
One moment. Let me tell you why that's not true. Big businesses are never LLCs. As soon as you start turning around like over $50,000 annually, you save more in taxes. And you also gain the ability to do proper payroll, okay, because you need a C Corp for payroll. Given that you either are an LLC that elects to pay taxes as a C Corp, or you're just a S Corp or a C Corp. So, like, all employers, at least for the most part, with very limited examples otherwise, and those limited examples otherwise are usually really small businesses, are S Corps, C Corps, or LLCs that elect to pay taxes as a C Corp.
Yeah. So basically what I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying like main brand, like, now obviously you made the comparison of like big brands or like big places that aren't registered as LLCs. I'm talking about like local small communities that have businesses that aren't registered as LLCs.
Yeah,
like
businesses with employees are almost always C Corps. It just makes payroll about 1 billion times easier.
No, it's under the table payments. So underneath, like especially like roofing companies, what they do.
I'm so confused. Okay, so now you're talking about over the table versus under the table.
No.
So
I was talking about over the table. Under the table.
We could talk about over the table versus under the table, but that conversation wouldn't involve LLCs. Where did LLCs come from?
Because typically, like businesses that don't register under LLCs, not saying all, I'm not saying all. I'm saying some like local community ones are under the table payments.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a very specific question to expose the idiocracy that underpins the word vomit. What's your evidence for that claim?
What's my evidence for the claim? Like what? That they were removed from these jobs?
I just want to know the evidence for the last thing you said about LLCs and under the table payments. Whatever. I just want evidence for it. The reason
so
why
you're asking for evidence
I'm asking you for evidence that the claim is true.
Yeah. So are you saying like, okay, so I mean like proving that more people were getting jobs?
You're proving that typically companies who aren't LLCs pay people under the table.
No, okay, not big businesses, yes, but like smaller businesses, yeah.
Okay, typically small businesses that aren't LLCs pay people under the table. Give evidence for that.
I mean, doing probably like some sources like in the states I mentioned, like Ohio, Atlanta, and Florida.
I want evidence. Yes. I want evidence that proves that claim to be true.
Okay, I'll have to leave the live real quick and provide a link. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
That's just word vomit, by the way. For everybody watching, if you're really confused on what this guest's argument is, that's okay. You should be confused because it's word vomit. It's going to get that next guest connected. It's just completely word vomit. Completely word vomit. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Yeah, he's saying that like small business S&C Corps typically pay people under the table. No. The reason why small businesses will elect to be C Corps is usually for better payroll management. The DNC. Wow, what a name. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Your paycheck should be in the mail within the next week.
Good. I've been needing that. Been having to starve my family because George Soros forgot. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Charlie has a gift for you, Dean.
Welcome to hell. This is Bigfoot's forest.
Delete your account. You got Montana loading up in the box. Ella, thank you for the $3 Australian on Super Chat, who says, Dean, I love you. Have a good rest of your day. Love you too, Ella. Appreciate you. Mr. Joseph, thank you so much for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 400 Joseph W's. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much. Joseph with the $40 says, aside from finding actual Trump supporters, no notes from today. On another note, though, the way you carried yourself the last week through the bans and the issues is beyond commendable. Nicely done. Good day. Good sir. Well, thank you so much, Joseph. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Emotional regulation. Something I've had to get good at, especially with all these bans, man. Emotional regulation. I appreciate you for the $40. Huge shout out to Joseph down below. All right, Montana. I'll introduce you here in a moment. Logan is back. Did you find the evidence that small business SNC corps typically pay people under the table?
Yeah, but what was that? What was that thing I just heard? Did someone just join and say that they were Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, it actually was Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I know.
Yikes.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. At like
Here.
3 a.m. with a Ouija board. Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Bro, why are you laughing?
Bro, that is crazy. Ouija
Bro,
board
are
at
you
3 a.m.,
disrespecting
bro?
the big CK right now?
No, bro, you said 3 a.m. with a Ouija board, bro.
Yeah, bro, I watched a YouTube video on it.
Bro, that's not real, bro.
No, it is real. The thumbnail was
not.
some guy and he was like this, and then it said Charlie Kirk 3 a.m. Ouija board. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you.
Bro, that is not, bro. Ouija boards don't work, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you. He started talking about black women and gang violence. It had to have been him. Who else could it have been?
Oh my gosh, bro. Bro, Ouija boards do not work, bro.
I don't know. That's all I'll say. But Logan, what is your evidence that small businesses who are S corps and C corps typically pay people under the table?
Yeah, so now obviously these are like recordings of people of certain business, like they're typically smaller businesses. Here, I'll show you. But in the recordings of this, I'm gonna paste in chat. When like these recordings are typically like local businesses that are in. No, it's not. Okay, now honestly, I was wrong with more. Like it's not mostly. It's more of like 40% on the recordings that I saw. So I'll give you that. I was lucky wrong on that. But I mean, 40%. I mean, it's still a good chunk though.
Okay, you're saying that you have evidence that proves 40% of small business SNC corps pay their employees under the table. Prove it.
Yeah. So these are recordings by Boston Insurance.
Should we kick him yet, guys? Because I asked him for evidence.
It's
Just
the
so he
Ohio
could, like... Oh, what's that?
Okay. Okay, it's the Ohio Department of Job, Labor, and Family Statistics.
Okay, what's the name of the article title?
Responsibilities on under-the-table payments.
Alrighty. Bro, fucking nothing pops up. Literally
What do
nothing.
you mean? Here, I'll paste it. I'll paste it. Here, I'll paste it in chat. You want me to paste in chat?
Okay, my search is Ohio Department of Job, Labor, Statistics, Responsibilities on
Okay, it's under a
under-the-table
title.
payments.
So don't like look up the exact things. Look up the job labor statistics and then search
Bruh.
it and then click on the first link. Click on the
Bro,
first
search,
link and then
search
it's a title.
what?
What?
You're fucking
Labor job
annoying me.
statistics. Yeah. What? Bro, just look it up. Remove the
Okay,
first part.
is
You'll
this-
see a head.
Is
You'll
this
see a
what
heading.
you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, that's not statistics, but I mean, it'll probably be in there too. In the Department of Job and Family Services, yeah, it'll probably be in there too.
I'm banning you. Moving on to the next guest. Sometimes I just waste my time. Like, clearly if his claim was word vomit, his source for the claim is also going to be word vomit. I'm not going to call you by your name. I guess your screen name. What would you prefer that I call you?
Yeah. No, it's Cheyenne. It's just, yeah, it's actually Cheyenne. I get that a
Cheyenne.
lot, actually.
How old are you?
yeah. I am 26. I just turned 26.
Do you happen to be a supporter of Mr. Trump?
Actually, that's kind of why I really wanted to be in the box. I kind of don't know which way to lean because I feel like I go both ways. I do not disagree with certain things, but I do disagree with certain things.
Okay. How about this?
This isn't necessarily debate. I really just kind of want to learn a little bit from you guys' side.
Well,
I'm
I
very
think that there's-
respectful towards it.
I think that there's something salvageable that, like a salvageable conversation I can have with you just by specifically talking to you about the things that you think makes you lean right. I'm willing to have that dialogue with you.
Okay.
It is a debate, even if you don't want to call it one.
Okay.
It's just a more conversational debate. Here, I'm going to thank a couple people. Then the mic of the floor will be yours. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Elizabeth W's. Elizabeth with the 20 says, Axios and Washington Post reported that J.D. Vance admitted that the administration did mishandle the Epstein files release. I think this means that we should call for their full and redacted release. Oh my God. No way J.D. Vance slipped up and admitted it. That's crazy. I'm going to have to take a look at that reporting, Elizabeth. If you got a link, please drop it under that dono. Camille with the $10 says, just my daily donation. Love you, Dean, and all that you do. Appreciate you. Been trying to convince my boyfriend to watch your lives with me. Oh, is he a Trump supporter? Get him up here. Hop in that queue, Elizabeth. Get him up here. And then Miss Annie, ANNIE. Thank you for the $100 on Super Chat. Holy fuck, Annie. I want to see so much love to Annie down below in that chat. Annie, that is beyond kind. I will never understand why some individuals choose to just be so incredibly kind. I am very, very grateful for you today, as always. Annie's message with the $100 says, we carry the flame here, Logan. Sorry that you don't, Logan. Damn straight, Annie. We do carry the flame. On God. Over on Venmo, Skylar, thank you for the $10. Who says, first time donor. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Skylar. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. The LLC stuff isn't true. My company does about $4 billion a year in revenue and has 2,500 employees worldwide and is registered as an LLC, as is basically every business of our type. Well, I would assume that you don't elect to pay taxes as an LLC with $4 billion in revenue. And then one last person to thank for now, Mr. Ryan. Thank you so much for the $75 donation on Venmo. Let's get 750 Ryan W's. Thank you so much, man. Wow. Ryan with the $75 says, there's a certain despair in your voice today, and it's sad to hear. Don't let these dents and the willfully ignorant and the rule breakers get you down. Easy for me to say, of course. Appreciate you. I don't know. Maybe there is a certain despair in my voice. It's just been a couple rough days with all the bans on TikTok and whatnot. But I don't know. I feel fine. I appreciate you for the $75, dude. That is really genuinely so very kind of you, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Let's go and pass that mic off to the guest. What are the things that Trump does that you agree with?
Okay, so I don't really know if I would support like everything. So with me, I've always grown up in a family that was always go Trump, go Trump, go Trump. And I was like, I don't really consider myself like a Trump supporter. I don't know if I would. I definitely don't agree with like the deportations. There's certain things that I did end up getting kind of pushed on me. I know that like usually with the left, a lot of the things can be kind of like pushed. I worked with a lot of people that were wanting to transition or wanting to believe in like abortions. And to me, I can't say that I wouldn't be totally against an abortion because I have unfortunately been raped at least 4 times. So I don't really know where to stand on that. I know that my husband, he's in the military. He's very for Trump. And I get kind of put in a weird position because I don't really know what to say or where to even look to even try to have a debate.
I mean, if you just are more so looking for general guidance of what is true and false politically, I would just highly recommend watching the streams. But if you think you have any specific things that you agree with from the right, I would love to talk to you about them.
I'm not really sure where that comes in. Like, I'm not really sure what all makes it right.
Okay, so there's okay, any conservative ideals that you agree with?
Wow, I'm really nervous.
That's okay. Listen, I just think that you need to watch the stream. I just think that you need to watch the stream. That's the place for, individuals such as yourself to be. I think that you'll take a lot away from just watching. I appreciate you for coming up here. I appreciate you for being respectful. We're gonna get the next guest cycle today. Okay.
All right. Have a good day.
Take care. Charlie Kirk. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Trump? Dean. I'm 18, by the way. I do support Trump. January 2008.
Are you Charlie Kirk?
One of his biggest fans.
No, you're one of his biggest fans. So you're the biggest fan of a man who is okay with child torture?
Oh my God! You bring up this point. No, okay. So, this is a Donald Trump debate, not a Charlie Kirk debate.
Now it's a Charlie Kirk debate.
No,
I need
it's
to
not.
know, how could you be the biggest fan of a man who supported and full-heartedly endorsed child torture?
Okay, so he agreed that if his daughter got raped, she would have the baby. And me personally, my daughter wouldn't get raped, but if that somehow in a theoretical world did happen, I agree. And I know you people like don't like that. I get hate all the time for this type of stuff. I really don't care, to be honest. But it's his personal view. It's
so you also support child torture.
No, so just in our viewpoint, in our mindset, that's the same thing as how do I like unjust killing? I don't know what I'm.
You could say a lot. You could say a lot more than you think you could say. I get it. For whatever reason, small lives can't say murder or kill, but we can here.
Okay.
I think that you're wrong. First question: if you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me to give them to you against my will?
I mean, if I was like a little baby inside of you, yeah.
That's not what I asked you.
No, so
Can you answer my question?
No,
I didn't ask you about a little baby inside of me. I asked you about you and me. If you needed my bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me to give them to you against my will? Yes or no?
No, but I would like if you would. That'd be nice.
Okay. If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force the rape victim to give them to you against their will?
What? Wait.
If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, do you think that the government should be able to force that rape victim to give you their bodily resources against their will?
Well, that's not going to make it any. No, I just said no to what you said. Why would it being a.
Okay, so then why, if a fetus needs a rape victim's bodily resources to live, should the government be able to force the rape victim to provide those bodily resources against their will?
Well, it's already providing. I think the government should force them to keep providing the resources that it's already providing, because the child is, or I guess fetus, is defenseless.
Let's test that.
Okay.
Let's test that claim. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No. I don't. Is that like?
He's a 14-year-old who's in dire need of a stem cell transplant.
You already
but his stem
talked to me
cell
about
type
this.
is
You said you wouldn't
very
do it,
rare.
so-
One moment. But his stem cell type is very, very rare. And if he doesn't get a stem cell transplant, he's going to die. Now, his dad has started a driver to collect DNA samples from random people across the globe to test his DNA against their DNA and see if they're a match. So far, they've collected 40 million samples and they found 0 matches. True story. If the government tomorrow found out that I was the only DNA match for Max Irby alive, and they kidnapped me in the middle of the night, kidnapped him too, and connected me to him via a cord, and then I wake up and they tell me, Dean, we have against your will connected you to Max Irby for the next 9 months, and through this cord you will be giving him some of your stem cells, and you are forced to stay here for the next 9 months to save his life. You have to forgo your life, you have to go for your job, you have to forgo your friends, you have to forgo your family, you have to forgo everything that you have learned to love and find joy and fulfillment and enrichment in, and you now have to stay in this room for the next 9 months against your will. But technically, I could stand up and walk out of that room and go back to my life as long as I disconnect that cord from my body, but that would kill Max. Do you think that in that scenario, I should retain the legal right to disconnect from Max, killing Max, to then go back to my life?
Okay, this is probably going to be only like I don't think most people are going to agree with me, maybe only like 5% of the people, but if it's a child, their parents 100% should be.
I never mentioned a child in my question.
You're talking about a
parents
14-year-old.
in my question.
A 14-year-old's a child.
I guess I never mentioned parents in my question.
No, so yeah, I know. So I'm saying no, unless it's their parents. The only people who should be forced to do something like.
Oh, okay. So I should be able to stop supplying bodily resources to Max Irby, even if it kills Max Irby. So then why should a rape victim not be able to do the same to a fetus?
So I'll answer that in a second, but that is very sad. But I also talked to you about this, and you said that you wouldn't do it because you're afraid of your. I can't remember exactly what you said, but it was something about your.
Remember our conversation. Could I get an answer to my question, please?
Oh, so you're lying because you know what I'm about to do.
I have no clue what you're about to say, but could I please get an answer to my question?
So, yeah, because I don't think that's anyone but the parents' duty to keep your child alive.
So you'd say that the rape victim has a duty to keep the fetus alive. Why?
Because that's their child.
When you say child, do you mean biologically related to them?
I mean, so no, I wouldn't like. They're what biologically related as their child.
You're saying like the reason why the rape victim has an
Offspring.
obligation to provide
That's
for the
their
fetus
offspring.
is because it's their biological offspring?
Yes. I mean, no.
Okay.
Well, also, hold on. If you also
okay,
adopt,
I
hold on.
want to go back. I want to go back to the Max Irby hypothetical.
Do you mind
real
if I
quick.
clarify though? Even if you're
almost.
I'm sorry.
I want to go back to the Max Irby hypothetical real quick. So you told me in that scenario I should maintain the right to kill Max Irby and leave that room. But now let's assume, yeah, by disconnecting him from my body, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but now let's go back to the hypothetical.
Don't do that. That's bad.
You told me that I should maintain the legal right to
I thought you were talking about. I thought you were basically
Max.
just doing the liver analogy, where you are forced to give someone where you're.
Bro, this guy's not even fucking tracking. This is ridiculous.
No, I missed one word. So if you're already connected,
no, that wasn't one word. That was the thesis of the hypothetical. The thesis of the hypothetical was that the government finds out I'm the only stem cell match for Max Irby alive, and in the middle of the night they kidnap me and against my will force me to be connected to Max Irby, and that connection is transferring some of my stem cells to his body to save his life, and I just have to stay connected for 9 months in order to save his life. Then I wake up and I learn that I've been kidnapped. I learn that I've been stolen away from my life, my loved ones, my friends, and everything that enriches and fulfills me. And I technically could go back to my life. It would just require that I defy the kidnappers, defy the kidnapping, stand up, disconnect from Max, and leave. But if I do that, he'll die as a result. Okay? Should I maintain the legal right in that scenario to leave?
No. You must stay.
So you think
that
sometimes people... So you think in some scenarios it's a bad thing for people to escape kidnapping?
Yeah.
You're fucking
insane. Of course, that's like a gotcha, but you know what I'm saying. Like, say if you got kidnapped and if you escaped, they were gonna kill your mother.
So, if the only way to stop a rape is to kill the person that's raping you, is that okay to do?
Yes. If you're getting wait, what?
If you're getting raped and the only way to stop the rape is to kill the person that's raping you, is that okay to do?
Yeah, you can do it. Yes.
Now I agree with you, but I want you to explain why that's okay to do.
Because because the Bible says that if you grape someone, and I don't want to go onto the rabbit hole about this other bullshit, because my beliefs are that if you get graped or if you're like if there's like a pedophile or a murderer, they get put to death. All stuff like that, they all get put to death. So if you're raping someone, you should be put to death.
Oh, this all reduces back down to the Bible. Sure. Do you think that all sins are just as wrong in the eyes of God?
I think all sins do the same thing. All sins are equal in the sense that they all do the same thing. They all separate you from God. But no, some sins would be like there's things God hate. How
do we determine which sins are worse than others outside of blasphemy?
I would love to talk to you about that, by the way. But so there's 7 things God says He hates, and I don't have all of them off the top of my head, but it would be among the lines of grape and murder and stuff like that. And then there's 8 things that are an abomination. But He doesn't.
So I don't know what you're referring to. Just answer the question. How do we determine which sins are worse than others? Okay, where in the Bible does it
would
say
also be
so?
punishment.
Could you give me the very specific verses in the Bible where it articulates that some sins are worse than others?
It articulates that there's things He hates. Yeah, I can't tell you the verse. I'm not good. I don't got like I'm not versed. Like I can't.
Okay, if you can't give me that verse, then you can't substantiate your argument.
Well, if you would be kind enough to look it up, because I'm not lying.
I'm not going to do your research.
Have you never
for
heard
you.
of this?
Are you referring to the 7 deadly sins?
The 7 things God hates and the 8 things that are an abomination.
Are you referring to the 7 deadly sins, sir? Like pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth?
I don't think so. I don't think.
Then I don't know what the hell you're referring to.
It might be. It's so again in the Bible. There's 7 things God hates.
Okay, well,
and 8 things
if it's not the 7 deadly sins, then I don't know what you could possibly be referring to.
Maybe it is. Then I'm not sure exactly. I haven't.
Okay. Well, then you're wrong, and you obviously haven't studied your theology, because the 7 deadly sins are not 7 unique sins that God thinks are much worse than others. Okay, but rather the 7 deadly sins are described as the root foundational immoral actions that all other sins are ultimately consequential of.
Okay, no, so that's not what I would be talking about then, because when God said, people will say God hates the sin, not the sinner, right? You've heard that at least.
Are you referring to like Proverbs 16 through 19, which is the 7 things that the Lord hates?
I would assume, yeah. And there's 8 things that are down.
So that's pride, lying, murder, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community. So those sins are the worst sins.
7 things he hates. But also another way we can determine what's quote-unquote worse is the punishment in Deuteronomy.
So you follow deuterocanonical law?
I follow Mosaic. So I follow the laws of Moses.
So you think that slavery is okay?
Nah.
Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. It says it's okay for Israelites to enslave non-Israelites. That's why Christians don't follow Mosaic or deuterocanonical law. That the Old Testament was fulfilled, and the New Testament is what you look towards. And when the New Testament will make a reference to the Old Testament, that's when you'll trust it. Or they'll even make a distinction between moral law and what's the other one?
Mosaic law?
No, moral law and like cultural law. And you only follow the moral law, which would concern like the 10 Commandments, but not cultural law in any other sense. So if you follow like the punishment for specific sins as articulated in the Mosaic or Levitical law, that's telling me that you follow the cultural law of the Old Testament, which would tell me. So you don't. Okay.
No. So okay. Again,
so
like I said,
how do you
determine
determine which parts of the Old Testament you do and you don't follow?
So with the Old Testament, personally, the only things I follow would be putting pedophiles and rapists and murderers to death. Obviously, more than that.
What
but
framework
that's
do you use to determine that those passages are right, but the other passages are
because
wrong?
those people deserve it, in my opinion.
Okay, so this is just circular, so it just reduces down to your feelings. So you're saying that you cherry pick verses out of the Bible.
Well, that's how atheists think.
And if they're reflective of your feelings,
without a book, your fucking reasoning for what's right and wrong is just as good as mine.
That's not true.
Like,
that's absolutely
your
false.
Reasoning for it would be the same.
That's just not
our
true in the
feelings.
slightest. No.
It's our opinion. Yes.
No. I'm an agnostic, meaning I don't say that a particular God exists, and I think that morality is objective. So that claim is completely false. You've been absolutely misled. Not all people who are atheists or agnostic are subjectivists or think that morality is reflective of their emotions. It's not true. But anyways, you are telling us that as it relates to your view of morality, it just reduces down to your feelings. And if you feel like something is right, then you believe the Bible verses that say it's right. And if you feel like something is wrong, then you don't believe the Bible verses that say it's right. So you just kind of cherry pick out of the Bible what you do and you don't want to believe. Okay. Well, since we can do that, that's fine. Check this out.
Hold on.
I feel like abortion's not wrong. Therefore, I'm going to selectively ignore any scripture in the Bible that might suggest abortion is wrong. And this is why I, as a Christian, am pro-choice.
So
that argument is just as sound as yours.
So, I agree that Mosaic law, Mosaic law went away. But I want to hold on to those ones I've mentioned because I think those people deserve it.
Okay, so wait, if you acknowledge that, in accordance with your values of theism and Christianity, that Mosaic law went away with Jesus' coming, then you think that you are defying Jesus by still holding to it.
Well, yeah, in a sense, sure, I'll sacrifice myself as long as we can put pedophiles to death.
So you think that you're right and Jesus is wrong?
No, I think Jesus is right. I just think.
But you just said that Jesus laid to rest Mosaic law.
God can't be wrong. That makes no sense.
Well, you just said that Jesus laid to rest Mosaic law, and then you tell us that you still believe in Mosaic law. That tells us that you think Jesus was wrong.
No, so again, hold on. So Mosaic law would be specific.
Is that not what you said? Did you not say that Mosaic law was laid to rest with Jesus' first coming? I guess
Mosaic law was for the Israelites, by the way. This is all the Moses talking to the Israelites, telling them what to do.
Are you an Israelite?
No,
So
exactly.
then why do you follow Mosaic law?
Only again, I've said this 3 times. Only these specific things. And
Okay, so
maybe,
then you're breaching the confines of the intention of the law from God. So you're telling us that God intended this law only for the Israelites, which means God did not intend this law for you. But even though God did not intend this law for you, you still follow this law, meaning that you think God intended wrong.
I never said God intended wrong.
Okay, so you think God intended right by only intending this law for the Israelites, which means you would not practice this law due to the fact that you're not an Israelite.
So again, yeah, like I agree that I'm probably not supposed to follow these things, but I will because I think it's.
Do you think that you're justified in following these things?
Again, I've said no. How many times have I got to tell you?
Okay, well then you can.
But I
see.
think
Thank
even
you.
though I'm
Well,
unjustified in doing it.
Well, thank you so much for admitting that you're unjustified in practicing a framework that leads to the conclusion that abortion is wrong.
No, so me telling you
that's
that
the debate over. You're wrong.
What?
You're unjustified.
No, I could tell you no. Abortion's wrong because
No,
God...
you're unjust, bro. You just admitted
What?
it. You just conceded the whole debate.
What are you talk? Hold on, are you gonna let me talk? You do realize I'm only picking out.
Why should I? You just admitted that you were unjust in practicing the law that underpins your position on abortion.
That's not what's underpinning my. What are you saying,
Okay.
Dean?
So how can you
That's not-
justify? How about this? Here's a very simple question. How can you justifiably determine which sins are worse than others?
I guess the harm that they cause.
How do you determine the harm that they cause?
I guess the person, the victim's, like mental mindset. I guess like they're
So the basis that
physical...
you use for determining the harm that it causes is something not found within the scripture of the Bible.
Do you want me to hold on? Okay, let's just say all sins are equal. What is this going on? What is this supposed to do?
Okay, so you admit that you are now defending the position that all sins are equal, correct?
For the sake of the argument, I think that.
So then you think that lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus should be illegal because that is a sin just like abortion, and since they're identical,
I'm a theocrat.
and you think that abortion should be illegal, it should also be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus.
Yeah, I'm a theocrat. I think all sins should be illegal.
Every single one?
To the T.
Okay, so we should lock people up for white lies?
Lock people up? I never said that. Fine. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh, wait. How would we determine the punishment for a sin if all sins are equal? The punishments would have to be equal too.
Not true exactly. I
Why?
mean, 'cause
Why would that not be
you-
true? If the sin in essence is identical to all other sins, which explains why you think all sins should be illegal, well, then you would also have to believe that all sins should bear the same punishment.
You already know that, like, Charlie Kirk was for the death penalty, right?
So you're appealing to Charlie Kirk?
I mean, he's smarter than you and I on the Bible.
Okay, then give his argument.
Well, to be honest, all he ever really said was, if someone kills
so you think that
he said
you think that all like 613 commandments, if violated, should lead to punishment.
They're gonna lead to punishment either way, if not here.
That's not true.
Well, yeah, you're
if
right.
you repent for your
You're
sins,
right,
you
you're
go
right.
to heaven. You're
You're
wrong.
right, you're right. Unless, yeah, you're right. So
you think that all 113 commandments should lead to punishment?
Well, so yeah.
So
every single
Trump should be
sin-
in jail for life because he's a rapist. Oh, in fact, you think that he should be sentenced to death.
Well, I don't think he's a rapist.
Well, that's what a court proved.
Well, the court's wrong. I think
How do you know that the court was wrong?
Because I don't. How do I know they were wrong?
It had
because Eugene
5
Carroll
different
didn't have enough
appeals.
evidence.
One moment. It had 5 different appeals. So they had a Trump supporter on the jury. Eugene Carroll's attorney attempted to get that juror ejected, but then Donald Trump's attorneys were able to make a better argument to keep the juror on. So a jury of 9, including a Trump supporter, ruled Eugene Carroll as a true victim and ruled Donald Trump's guilt. And then Donald Trump turned around to the first appeals court, asked them to overturn the ruling. They said no. Same thing with the second appeals court. Same thing with the third appeals court. Same thing with the fourth appeals court. Same thing with the fifth appeals court. And then that fifth appeals court was the Supreme Court, which is 6-3 conservative leaning. They also said no, and they upheld the ruling and the verdict that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Everybody but you believes that Trump raped that woman.
What the fuck? Charlie Kirk didn't believe it?
Okay. Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk is dead.
Okay, that's not funny.
I've said everybody but you. Is he a current person that is alive on this earth that counts as a member of everyone? No.
Lib
he's
Destroyer
dead.
believes it. I mean, doesn't believe it.
That wasn't supposed to be a dig. That wasn't supposed to be a rude, crude statement. That wasn't supposed to be me being some controversial liberal who's really insensitive to death. No, that's just me speaking accurately.
No, you know what you're doing. You have multiple times I've seen you make disgusting remarks about Charlie Kirk, and with Santana too. He's disgusting. I hope you know that. But yeah, so the question was again.
So the entirety of the criminal justice system believes that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, including the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court. Why do you disagree with the Supreme Court?
I disagree because the evidence I've seen isn't enough to not show that he actually did it. Also,
oh wow.
Also,
why don't you go in and give an argument for that?
No, so I can't argue the lack of evidence, by the way. But
so you believe something you can't argue?
I can't argue the lack of evidence.
Okay, so then you do believe something that you can't argue, correct?
Dean Withers.
You should be able to argue everything that you believe in.
Not.
If you ever make a positive statement affirming a claim as being true, there should always be an underlying argument that justifies that positive statement affirming a claim of being true. And when you are making the positive statement affirming the claim that there was not enough evidence to be true, yes, that means that you possess a burden of proof to demonstrate that that claim is accurate.
Well, no. So if Dean Withers, so you're an agnostic, you don't believe God exists. So prove to me God doesn't exist, Dean Withers. And this is just
and many anti-theists could give an argument for that.
That's not even possible.
It's totally possible. Many anti-theists will argue that there is a contradiction between the capacities of a maximally great, all good, all knowing, and all loving God. Yeah, they argue that there's a contradiction in that, and by the demonstration of that contradiction, one moment. By the demonstration of that contradiction, therefore, it is impossible for God to exist, therefore God doesn't exist. They could even argue it on the basis of probability. They'll give an account of the problem of evil that does not aim for the conclusion that it's not logically possible for God to exist, but rather just practically unlikely that God exists, to demonstrate that God does not exist, because the likelihood of that claim being true is not high enough to support that claim being true. So you're absolutely wrong. Anti-theists do that all the time. Go watch literally any God debate live on TikTok. You will hear somebody that does not think God exists giving an argument for why they do not think that God exists, ultimately reducible down to a logical contradiction in the nature of God, or the lack of a likelihood that God exists in the first place. So please give an argument for your claim that the evidence in the Trump v. E. Jean Carroll case does not prove that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, the fact that she wasn't sure about the exact year, there was no DNA evidence.
She gave a time frame that was more specific than a year.
Like what, saying the summer?
Season, winter.
Yeah.
She said the winter of 1995 to early 1996. That's a container of like maybe 5 months. That's a shorter container of time than a calendar year of 12 months.
So yeah, that's a calendar year, but
so tell me why her inability to articulate the calendar year, okay, makes her testimony less credible, even though she articulated a period in which she was raped that was more specific than a calendar year, which was a season.
Again, weren't they like in New York? Maybe it wasn't even winter and she was just cold. If this ever happened, you know.
No, she specifically said that she remembered it being a winter because there's snow on the ground.
Oh, okay. Well,
so then respond to the question that I just asked you, please.
Well, I guess that would be more accurate, yes.
Okay.
But also, if she still doesn't know,
so you concede that first claim, right?
For the most part, yes. For this
what
debate,
do you mean for the most part? Why don't you holistically concede the claim as a whole?
I'll concede that point. Yeah. So
okay, then what's the second claim?
So the second claim would be there was no DNA evidence provided.
Do you agree
There's no
that rape is proved in criminal courts all the time without DNA evidence?
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yes, of course.
Thank you. So
yeah,
then
but
that's
I was
not
gonna,
a reason
again,
to dispute
you keep
it
cutting
either.
me off, Dean. What is your problem? Do you
Okay,
not
you
like
have
me?
more to say. Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so the fact that there is no camera evidence, no eyewitness testimonies. The only testimonies are her friends that she allegedly told the story about and kept the same story for 20 years. And same thing with her therapist notes. I don't think that's a real testimony. Not at all. Not in my opinion. And if I'm not, I can't even use my first one. So I feel like
you just said no camera or direct eyewitnesses. In the vast majority of all circumstances of rape, there is no camera evidence or eyewitness testimony. Because rape is a crime. Typically, people don't like to record the crimes that they commit. Does it happen sometimes?
Was it not
yes.
in a store?
But does it
though?
happen in most scenarios? No.
Wasn't it in like a? Oh yeah, she didn't know. It was in a 5-month time frame, so he couldn't even go to the fucking day she alleged it happened and get camera evidence. I think that's so. Again,
there was no camera. There was no camera evidence of like the store's security cameras, because in the 90s they'd record them on like the VCR cassettes on tapes, and then what they'd do is after every couple of weeks they would wipe the tapes and then reuse them if there was like no crime reported that they had to go and scrub back through those tapes of. So there was no CCTV footage, because at that time CCTV footage was recorded and held on like physical devices. They would just wipe them and re-record.
I feel like most women would have screamed and someone would have heard her.
Okay, so you're saying that because she didn't say that she screams, therefore she
No, she didn't
raped.
scream. Otherwise, someone would have heard her.
Oh, okay. So if you don't scream, then you're not a rape victim.
Not for the 100% certain, but this is me telling you it's less likely.
So this is called victim blaming.
Oh my gosh.
So in scenarios, I'll give you a really good case.
Why are we even doing an Agent Carroll debate?
I'll give you a really good case for this. Have you ever like heard from a cop, a person in authority, that when somebody tries to rob you on the street for your watch, that you shouldn't try to fight
honest,
back
this was
and
an
scream,
abortion
you should just
debate,
give them the
bro.
watch?
This is the worst pivot I've ever
Oh,
seen.
can you please answer my question? Oh, he's freaking out now because he's cooked. Answer my question. Have you ever heard from an individual in a position of authority, or even like a police officer, that if somebody tries to rob you for your watch, you should just give them the watch because it's not possibly worth your life if you were to try to fight back? Have you ever heard that
fight
before?
back. Well, yeah, but fight back.
Okay, do you agree
them
that
better
your
advice.
position of wanting to fight back is not the mainstream social consensus? The mainstream social consensus is that when somebody tries to rob you for a material possession on the street like a watch, that you should just give them the watch instead of possibly losing your life.
Never mind, you're
That's
right.
the social consensus, right?
Well, I think you're right then, because Jesus told us to turn the other cheek, so I think you are right.
So do you agree that that is the social consensus, to not fight back?
Well, yeah, the social consensus the
Right.
government or school would teach us. But
Right, it's to not fight back when somebody is doing something really bad to you, like robbing you, stealing from you, taking from you. But then as soon as a rape victim doesn't fight back, all of a sudden, they're not a real victim. We should blame them. They did something wrong, and they're probably lying about what happened to them altogether. But if it's not a rape victim, if it's a robbery, a burglary, well, then all of a sudden they did the right thing. They are
if
a
it's
true
an
victim.
armed
And then, quote
burglary-
unquote, not fighting back doesn't give us any reason to believe that it didn't occur, because in fact, that's what we expect people to do, because that's what society tells people to do.
Well, so the reason of that is being and I've debated on this with some guy on here before, and the reason would be is if you're getting robbed at gunpoint, it's actually you're safer if you don't use your firearm or try to defend yourself. You're safer to just leave your firearm at home, and that's a fact. So, oh my God, it's this guy. But
why? Because this person is threatening to cause you harm, right? You're scared of fighting back because the person is threatening to cause you harm.
Yeah.
Well, I bet you could understand how a rape victim would be even more scared to fight back when they actually are causing you harm. If they're willing
I never
to
told her to fight
violate
back.
your bodily autonomy their dignity as a human person and impede upon their consent and force their penis or any part of their body into their vagina and they rape them, okay, what do you think they might do if the rape victim were to start fighting back?
I never told her.
Which is exactly why so many rape victims
Straw man.
freeze.
Holy
So
straw
many,
man, Dean
so many
Withers.
rape victims don't yell out because they're in a state of shock, where
Well, in the
either
Bible-
their brain is attempting to understand what's happening to them, or they're
In the
scared of
Bible-
screaming and they're scared of fighting back because they're worried that if they do, they might get killed. They're getting
Well,
raped
yeah, in the
merely
Bible, it
because they're a
tells you-
woman, so maybe they'd get killed if they were fighting back.
They're in a J.C. Penney or whatever the hell it was. She's not going to get killed.
You don't even know what specific story you're referencing. You know nothing about the case, yet you're going to dispute the idea that it happened.
We're talking about E. Jean Carroll, Parker.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want a
Bergdorf
2v1.
Goodman. What do you mean J.C. Penney?
Well, I forget which story it was. It was some model.
Actually, ironically enough, I was going to say, what do you like Charlie Kirk? Because he thought specifically it was Tiffany's. That's what he thought. Because, again, he did no research into the case, and he just assumed that because Donald Trump was in the position he was, that no possible way that he could have possibly raped someone, which is absurd, by the way.
I agree. That's another... More evidence would be he's a
And-
billionaire. Never mind. Actually, I did... No.
Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a
Wait.
rapist.
Okay.
So Diddy wasn't a sexual abuser.
I instantly conceded to because I knew that was going to come up.
Oh yeah. Good boy. Now the second thing
Don't-
I'll say here is
Okay, what
you brought up how they didn't scream and they froze, they fawned. So maybe that would be a reason to dispute the testimony of a rape victim if freezing was not typical for rape victims. An example of a rape victim freezing when that action is taking place is not an outlier.
Well,
Rape
so
victims
Mosaic
freezing when the
law
rape
says-
takes place is representative of millions and millions, if not billions, of lived experiences from victims.
Dean, I can
when
tell
you
you
sit
really...
here and you tell me that you doubt E. Jean Carroll's testimony because she didn't scream, you in turn invalidate the lived experiences of what I would assume to be hundreds, if not thousands, of people watching this very stream. And that's why that is not a data point that you could use to dispute her testimony, because it was not an outlier. It was not an unexpected reaction from her if she truly was raped. If we operate under the hypothesis that E. Jean Carroll really was raped, there is a very high likelihood that she genuinely would freeze and not scream and not fight back, because we know that people who were actually raped do that all of the time.
Look, so
You can't use something
Dean
that
Withers.
real rape victims do all of the time that E. Jean Carroll reported as something that she did as a reason why you don't think she was raped.
I mean, it took her 30 years. I know.
Also,
again,
something
whoa, whoa.
rape victims do all
Oh my
of the
God, Dean,
time.
Jesus.
60% of rape victims
Why are you
never
so
reported in their
triggered, bro?
life.
Can I just speak? Holy moly. Let me speak.
I know it's
I'm
hard
gonna-
for you to get a syllable out without me
It
proving you wrong.
is. Hold on. No, I'm not. That's not wrong. It was 30 years but so again, I agree. My points for not believing it are not going to be the 100% show that it was definitely didn't happen. I agree that there's a slim chance it could have happened. Yes. I'm not.
You seem to be misunderstanding me. I'm saying
No,
that the
because you're
points
getting
that you've
super
brought
angry
that-
because I'm giving you
I'm
points.
saying the points that you've brought up don't demonstrate a reduced probability that she was raped in the slightest.
Well, to me, they do.
The reason why you're wrong is as follows. Are you going to listen to me?
I've already Yes, keep going, bro.
Okay. The reason why her not screaming does not reduce the likelihood that she was raped is because people who actually were raped don't scream or fight back all the time.
Can you show me the data?
Yeah, sure.
What percent of rape victims don't scream?
Yeah, sure. Just look at the chat, dude. There's
I would also
thousands of
like-
people who are raped in here that didn't scream. That's a very common
That's
reaction.
anecdotal experiences. That's not a statistic. Like,
You understand that statistics, especially if we want to evaluate the lived experiences of rape victims, for instance, are constituted of many anecdotal experiences? So when
Yeah,
I say, well, just look
but
at
your
the chat,
entire
look at
chat-
all of the people who were raped, and and didn't scream or fight back, because a very common reaction to rape is freezing and fawning. It's the fight or flight response, but the flight is to freeze. Okay. Yeah, this is representative of thousands of individualistic scenarios of anecdotal experiences that constitute a statistic. That this
yes,
is
that's
something that
okay. So yes, that would be true.
happens.
But also, everyone in here that just like said I did or I didn't. Well, okay, no one said they did. Everyone's gonna in here that's talking about your point. That's a fan of you that wants to make you look good is gonna say they didn't. I'm not saying they're lying. That
why
they didn't.
would
I'm saying
people
that,
lie about? So you're now assuming
no,
that even the people in the
you're
chat
not
are
listening,
lying?
Dean. You're not listening. You're not listening.
This guy's just absurd. Like, wait, you're just denying the
God.
lived experiences of
I'm not.
millions
You're.
of people.
Oh my God, you're not listening.
Like, I just
never
want to let you
said
know,
they're-
millions
oh my
of
God.
people.
I never said they lied. I said they're not gonna say. No one
Holy
that
fucking
did scream
shit.
is gonna. No one that did scream is gonna put it in chat because they want you to look better.
Dude, holy fucking shit. Wow. This is actually
I'm not
this is actually
saying
something
people are. Oh my God, Dean, I
this
hate
is
you so
this
much.
is actually something that's been studied. Holy shit. My God. So it goes beyond just freezing. Around 70 to 90% of victims experience significant temporary paralysis when raped. Temporary paralysis. We're not referring to just not knowing what to do. Literally temporary fucking paralysis.
Okay, thank you for the study. Now I can agree that it is the point I gave just now is completely useless.
That's coming from the National Institute of Health, exploring human freeze responses to threat stressor.
Okay, I can now agree that my point is completely useless. I just gave you.
Okay,
But
so then you agree saying that, well, because E. Jean Carroll didn't scream, therefore this reduces the likelihood
Yes.
that she was raped. That obviously wouldn't follow, given the fact that studies demonstrate 70 to 90% of rape victims literally experience temporary paralysis, right?
Yes. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to offend anyone, I promise.
Avery, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, yes, I was S8 and I froze. I didn't know what else to do. Sometimes these conversations are hard to hear, but I'm so happy that you're spreading awareness with this, because I know my brain was trying to find out what happened. Your response was completely valid, and we all believe you, Avery. I appreciate you for the $20, and I'm so sorry to hear that that occurred to you. 10,000 Seconds, I appreciate you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Do show some love to 10,000 Seconds. That is very kind of you. 10,000 Seconds with a 50 says, according to the court files, Trump closed the door, then pushed her against the wall and started kissing her. She pushed him off and laughed at him. He then pushed her so hard against the wall that she hit her head and made her dizzy. He committed the act, and then she fought him and ran. I appreciate you for the $50. African Warlord, thank you so much for the $200 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, African Warlord. I want to see 2,000 African Warlord W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much. That is very, very kind of you. That is genuinely insane. Thank you so much. You've been supporting us so much as of recently, and I really, really appreciate you. Oh my God. Now, they sent this before we kind of got into a little bit more of the serious conversation surrounding rape. They say, how dare you all? Donald Trump is the greatest president in history, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. He's helped us grow into a much larger USA, and all of you Biden cult followers should learn how to swallow your pride and support Trump also. And I'm also speaking out of my ass. That's a good one, African Warlord. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Let's get 2,000 African Warlord W's down below. I'm very, very grateful for you. On Venmo, Leanne with $5 who says, I did scream, but it didn't matter because he covered my mouth. Yeah, thank you for the $5, Leanne. Kylie with the $5 says, I'm sorry, shut up. I don't have much money. I work as a counselor for sexual assault victims, and as one myself, it hurts my heart to see how the world sees survivors. It's because a disproportionate amount of survivors are women. That's why.
Listen,
if the roles were reversed and a disproportionate amount of survivors were men, I think that the prospect of rape and survivors of rape and other forms of sexual assault and abuse would be significantly different. Cataline, thank you for the $20, who says, this guy's an idiot. This is why I hate some men. I was essayed around the age of 10, and I didn't tell anybody until my early 30s, meaning that I waited over 20 years. Thank you for what you stand for and you talk about, Dean Catlin. Thank you for the $20. I'm really sorry to hear that that happened to you. Don't let this idiot invalidate your lived experiences. You are valid.
God.
Same thing to Amanda. Thank you for the $20 who says, I'm sorry that you have to try to reason with this victim blaming piece of shit. Don't feel sorry for me that I have to try to reason with this guy. Feel sorry for the victims watching that have to hear this type of guy.
Yeah.
It is so disgusting, and I just can't imagine how harmful it could be and triggering it could be, genuinely. Katie, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Mary with the $25, who says, Dean, I hate to defend that pay under the table kid, but in fact, I believe that many Trump supporters don't understand tax law and do pay people under the table more often than you think. No, I definitely agree with that, Mary. I just think that he was wrong about the split between LLCs and non-LLCs. Janaya, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says numbers 5, 11 through 31 is literally about God giving a woman an abortion. Yeah, no, it is. You're right, Janaya. Amy, thank you for the $10, who says 59-year-old grandma still... Shut up. Still, oh, you just called God stupid, you idiot.
No.
You
Oh my
heretical
God. Why are you
idiot.
being so rude?
You just called God stupid. Amy
No, I
with the
didn't.
$10 says, 59-year-old grandma still thankful for a 21-year-old fighting the good fight. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, Amy. Casey, thank you for the $1. Justice, thank you for the $30, who says, first time donating, Dean. I watch your YouTube all day at work. You make the time fly. Thank you for speaking up on the tough topics and educating people. Keep it up and stay safe out there. Well, thank you so much, Justice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is Justyce. Thank you so much for the $30. I really appreciate you. As well as Patty with the $25, who says, for your patience, trying to show them the truth. Well, I appreciate you, Patty. I am trying to be as patient as possible. I've been trying my really best. Hopefully I've been doing all right. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Nathan, for the $20, who says, due to my age and mental disorders, I did not realize what was going on. I witnessed my perceived friend, SA, my real friend, and said nothing. I will never live this down and now will always support women who have been harassed, assaulted, or raped. It's quite the thing to admit to, Nathan. I guess moving forward, yeah, you shouldn't live that down, and I appreciate your statement that you will always support women who have been assaulted, harassed, or raped. Let's see here. Briley, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I love that you spread kindness. Can you please say hi to Peyton for my little sister? Hi, Peyton! I appreciate you so much for the $20. I really do appreciate you. Oh, due to my age. I see that now, Nathan. I see that now, Nathan. Due to my age. He included his age in there. That I mean, folks, that could be a big factor. That could be a really big factor, was his age. I appreciate you for the $20, Nathan. As well as Mally, thank you so much for the $4 as well. And then Austin with the $10, who says, all of these arguments fall apart when you take into account drugging victims. Yep. Thank you for the $10. Kylie, thank you for the $5
Well,
as well.
Asian
I
Carol
really
wasn't
appreciate you.
drugged.
Sean, thank you for the $25, who says, Spraytan, aka Trump, said that he has a celebrity, can walk up to any woman and grab them by the pussy. Case over. Yeah, he literally admitted to doing what he did to Asian Carol. Miss Kathy, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kathy. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's. Queen Kathy's back in the building. That's Kathy with a C. Kathy with 100 says, and here's some more to absolutely destroy him. Well, I've been trying my best, Kathy. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with the $20, I really appreciate you. Ann says, fuck this guy. So true. Craig, thank you for the $10 saying, fuck this guy. Kathy with another $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And Kathy with another $100. God damn! Kathy sent a total of $250. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kathy. Let's go ahead and read Kathy's first message, but let's get 2,000 Kathy W's. Kathy says, I'm finally back. My mother passed, and I have so appreciated having you to listen to during this tough time. I appreciate you so very much, Kathy. I remember you telling me a couple weeks ago about how you were caring for her in her end of life due to her dementia. I am so fucking sorry. Same exact thing happened to my grandma 2 months ago. Family, including myself, caring for her at the end of life. She was dying, had dementia, and that was a really hard thing to go through. I wish you the very best of luck in your healing journey. I know exactly how you feel right now because my family was at that same point 2 months ago. Just know that I really appreciate you, and I wish you the very, very, very best of luck. There's still a couple more people to thank, but honestly, I've been talking for a while, so I'm going to let this guy go back to his yapping. I appreciate you guys so much. Go ahead.
Look, Dean, I don't want to offend anyone. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about this because I don't want to offend anyone.
Things that you are saying are offending. I don't care if
I
you
know.
don't want to offend anybody. You are.
I don't want to talk
offending
about
people.
it anymore. I'm sorry. I don't want to. You pivoted. We were talking about abortion.
That should make you want to talk about. If you could recognize that your beliefs are offensive, if anything, you should want to talk about those beliefs more. So hopefully you could change them.
Why would I want to offend people?
It's
That's
not
a
about
sin.
wanting to offend people. It's about wanting to hold on to beliefs in which are true, virtuous, and benevolent. And clearly, if your beliefs are false and offensive, maybe you should change them.
Well,
Why
here-
is
so
this self-recognition that your
listen.
beliefs are very offensive, on top of being incorrect? Why is that not enough reason to change those beliefs?
I don't know why you keep cutting me off, first of all, but making people mad is a sin, and I don't want to do that. I'm sorry. I'd rather talk about policies like I wanted to do.
Oh, I don't want to make people mad, but like, yeah, I just don't believe she was raped. With no fucking reason. I'm
Like
just a
30
sellout for this sexual
50
predator.
Like 30% of the country doesn't believe it.
Oh, yeah, and guess what? 90% of the country 300 years ago thought the earth was flat and child marriage was chill.
Okay, yeah, I see other points stupid as well. I want to. I want to debate policies. I don't care about this. I do care. I don't want to make people mad. Why are you doing this? Are you like trying to force me to like look bad so people just can hate us? Or
You
me, I
admit
guess?
that your beliefs make you look bad, so then stop believing in those things.
Yes, because there's 30,000 people in here that are 20,000 now that are all fans of you, who support you, and they all agree with you and disagree with me. So all I'm probably gonna, yeah, there's probably just gonna be, no, never mind. I can't even speak. Can we just talk about policies?
Yeah, sure, we'll move on to something else. Here's Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation by barging into women and girls' dressing
I
rooms.
just watched
To
this
do
a
that?
minute ago.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Again, I want to talk about policies. I don't want to offend anyone. I'm done with that. I don't know why you pivoted. Obviously, you're doing this so you can like win the popular votes, I guess, which isn't really doing anything. But
So what are your
Like-
thoughts on Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation?
I already saw this like 1,000 times. I've debated you multiple times, Dean, and I'm tired of. I don't want to do this. I want to talk about. Is this a policy, Dean? Was he president when he did this?
Why
Is
does
that
it
possi-
matter?
Because it's not a policy. I'm trying to talk about his presidency.
So if Jeffrey Epstein was running for president on Trump's policy, would you support Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
So like multiple counts of child rape crosses the line. So why does barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to sexually exploit them unconsensually in the nude not cross the line?
Why is raping kids worse than barging into the backstage of a beauty
That's
pageant?
not what I asked you. I asked you why the second thing doesn't cross the line of representative of a personality that should not hold public office, especially the most important public office anywhere on earth, the presidency of America.
Yeah, so I think what he did was definitely probably not the right thing to do. 100% not the right
So
thing.
you accept that he's a violent sexual predator?
I think that would be a form. I don't want to talk about this, Dean. Stop. What
Do
are you
you
doing?
or do you
You
not
pivoted
accept
away
that
from
he's a
abortion
violent
and
sexual
started
predator?
talking about E. Jean Carroll for like 30 minutes straight. It's
Oh, I don't
annoying.
think I've
Can we
ever- are you
please
gonna
move on? I want to.
So do you? I mean, listen. Do you or do you not accept that he's a violent sexual predator?
No, I'm talking about no. I
So
want
you
to
don't
talk about.
accept that. So so do you agree that being guilty of sexual violence makes you
I
a
wasn't
sexual
responding.
predator?
I'm saying no because I don't want to talk about this.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you want to Kleenex to cry in while you collect yourself? Oh, Dean, I don't want to talk about how my president is a violent sexual predator. Dean, I don't want to talk about
You
it.
do realize like half the
I
people
don't-
in here
I
voted
don't- I
for
don't-
Bill
I don't-
Clinton.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk.
Half of the
about
people in here voted for another allegedly a rapist, Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I actually think
1984
that the
or
release of the
87.
Epstein files kind of exonerated him. There was no evidence anywhere in there that he was guilty. But besides
what?
that, even
Guilty
let's
of
just
what?
assume that he is a rapist. How is that relevant to you answering my question? Do you accept that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator?
I'm not talking about this. No, I don't agree. I disagree I disagree. I want to talk
Okay,
about
so
policies.
you don't think that Donald Trump is a violent
support
sexual
Donald
predator.
Trump because he's restricting abortions. He's upholding the border. He's kicking out illegal immigrants.
Okay, so are you just going to completely
He's trying to
run
pass
away?
the SAVE Act, which I think
why
is
are you
a
just
beautiful
running
bill.
so hard, dude? This is embarrassing for you.
You're the one who pivoted. This is the worst pivot ever.
No, man, I'm asking you a question.
You
It's
30
very
minutes
simple.
ago, you pivoted to this, you weirdo. What is your problem?
No, I
Parker,
didn't. You said
listen
that
to your friend.
You,
He
you said
pivoted
that
30
people,
minutes ago.
I'll
just to
be
talk
clear.
about this
30
all
minutes
day.
ago, you said that people who do these things should die. So I'm just
Yes,
proving
they
you. I'm just proving to you that Donald Trump has done these things.
Well,
So at the minimum, you want to support him as president?
He doesn't deserve to die for that.
Okay, so you do accept that he is a violent sexual predator because he did barge into dressing rooms, right?
I think he already served his time. Well, would have. So you know
do,
how
do,
like if
do
they
you
don't-
do you accept that he's a violent sexual predator for barging into the dressing room?
Yes, I don't care. Yes.
Why can we not agree?
I said yes.
on
I
the
agree.
claim?
He is a sexual predator.
Why can we not agree on the claim that violent sexual predators should not be president? Mr. Babyman, who literally sounds like he's about to cry.
I'm not gonna cry, bro.
You literally sound like you're on the verge of tears.
Because you're annoying me. I'm not actually gonna cry. You just annoying me.
Did he just admit that he's on the verge of tears?
Oh my god.
He sounds like he's about to cry. Why can we not agree that violent sexual predators should not hold public office?
Okay, because
if
I don't think it was
he
vi-
did that to your daughter, would you still support him as president?
That's a stupid hypothetical. I don't got a daughter.
If you did have a daughter and he did this to her, barged into her dressing room to look at her naked body, then talked publicly on a podcast about how great her boobs looked, and she's like 15, okay, would you still support him as president?
He was talking about no. In the clip, he was talking about he never said Miss Teen USA.
Yeah. Howard Stern used the word girls. He used the word woman. Seems like they were using them interchangeably, which makes sense because both the teens said he did this to them and the adult women said he did this to them.
Well, a lot of people use girl as referring to women.
And many people use woman as referring to girl.
Okay, so we're not going to be able to know what he was talking about then.
Well, we do know based on what the victims have said, and considering the fact that we've had multiple independent corroborated accounts from victims from the teen pageants and the adult pageants, we're kind of led to believe that he did it at both of them. That's also a really intuitive conclusion because if he was willing to do it at one, why wouldn't he be willing to do it at the other?
Yeah, and one of the people at Miss Teen USA came out and said that it probably, it was like bad timing. They were trying to get ready. They were already warned. And they're
talking about Victoria Hughes. Victoria Hughes said that, yeah, he would come back, but he'd just make sure that we were dressed first. I'm sure that he probably did that sometimes. Definitely seems like he did it to her because that's what she's talking about.
The quote-unquote victim just...
But we know that he didn't do that in all the scenarios, not only because of what the other victims said, but also because of what he said. He said that we need to go back into those rooms. They had no clothes on.
So if he was just checking on them... I don't think that's terrible, no.
So it's not terrible, okay, to lot out the naked body of a little girl to sexualize her and look at her and then go tell your friends about how incredible she looked?
I think whenever he was telling
What do
his
you mean
friends
just
about how...
check? What do you mean just checking on them?
Can you let me...
He
Dean,
brought
what is your
this
problem?
story
Can I
up.
speak?
He brought this story up to Howard Stern in response to Stern's question about, oh, Trump,
you're
tell
so
us about the
disingenuous.
sexual
This is
things
why
that
no
you've done
one
with the
likes-
beauty pageant contestants.
Dean, this is why I like Parker better than you, because you're so disingenuous.
I fucking hate when people say this. That just means Dean's owning you more than me, bro. Maybe I need
No,
to
it's because
hop
he's
in.
annoying and disrespectful. You're
No,
way
no,
nicer
he's just
than him.
owning you.
You're just way nicer than him, Parker.
I'm sorry. Right now, he's just owning you more. You know how many people say that to me about Dean whenever they're getting owned by me?
You're the better debater. I'll admit you're smarter than
That's
Dean.
literally what people say when they're mad that I'm owning them. So, bro, stop with this. I do not take that as a compliment right now.
I'm sorry. Again, like
Can
I
you
said,
admit that Dean's dog walking you right now?
yes, because he's pointing me in a quarter, and I never wanted to talk about this. I don't like.
I know it's uncomfortable to talk about, but these are the uncomfortable realities of the world we live in right now
No,
because of
I
the
don't-
people that you supported and voted for the presidency.
Dude, I want to talk about fucking policies. I was talking about
Then
abortion.
don't vote
this
for a
weirdo
rapist.
pivots to
Wait.
how
If you
Eugene
want to talk
Carroll-
about policies, then don't vote for a rapist.
I never voted. I'm 18.
Don't support a rapist.
I don't think he's a rapist. Oh my God, can we? What is
He
your
is.
problem?
We're
Bro?
literally a court adjudicated
Parker,
that
when do
it's
you go live,
true
bro? I'm
that
about
he's
to
a
just
rapist.
leave. This is stupid.
What's
Why
up?
are you doing this? When do you go live, bro? I just want to. I don't want to do this. Can we just have an actual debate?
I would talk about the same thing with you, man.
Why?
And I'm going to push you on it because it makes you feel uncomfortable, and that tells me that you know that there's something wrong here.
No,
And you
it's
just can't
I don't
admit
want
it.
to talk about this, and everyone's gonna fucking like. There's already
Why
a
do you
bunch
not
of
want to talk
people
about it?
because there's gonna be the same thing that used to happen when I used to debate y'all. It's just disgusting pieces of shit's gonna send me disgusting things about Charlie Kirk, and just disgusting liberals who just do disgusting things. They call me a piece of shit because I don't believe Eugene Carroll got raped when these people send me fucking DMs of Charlie Kirk's neck getting exploded and
Yeah,
pictures of Tyler
I disagree with
Robinson
that.
like
So
he's
what's
their
your...
fucking idol.
I'm sorry. So explain to me how that's due to what Dean and I are doing, and also, if you don't want that to happen, why do you make him your profile picture?
I guess he can explain that because I actually got to head off here. We're at 4 hours. I got to go grab some food with a friend that's in town for the day. Couple people to thank here before I hop off. Roslyn, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Shout out to Roslyn. Erica, thank you for the $25. Who says thank you for being a voice against the ignorance and also for CSA survivors. I really appreciate you so much, Erica. Let's get 250 Erica W's. Justin, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Cully, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Good to see you, by the way, my friend. Gracie, thank you for the $5. And Rosalind with another $50. I know that this came in a while ago, but thank you so much for that love and support, Rosalind. I'm trying to load up the message to your donation right now. But it looks like it errored out when I was trying to load it up. So do just give me one moment, but let's get 500 Rosalind W's in that comment section. I'm going to be pulling up your message right now. Let's see here. Rosalind with a 50 says, hey, Dean, thank you for the incredible work that you do and for working your ass off to both inform and implore folks to think critically. Well, I really appreciate you, Rosalind. I hope that you found some value in the stream today. It was a long one. I'll tell you that much. Full Band, thank you so much for the $20. Who says it's not a sin to make people mad? Yeah, bro, he was just yapping. He was just fucking yapping, dude. I appreciate you, Full Band. Then Damara, thank you for the $23. She says, hey, Dean, been watching your lives for a while now, and honestly, I've learned so much from you. Honestly, hearing and seeing everything that you've done is genuinely inspiring. Dude, thank you so fucking much. And I do apologize. That name is Nyx. Thank you so much, Nyx. That is Nyx. Please do show some love to Nyx down below. You are awesome. Thank you so very much. On Venmo, thank you, Carolina, for the $1. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Amanda, thank you for the $5 as well. Sarah, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much. I'm going to keep that to myself because of the sensitive nature of it. Same thing to Katie. Thank you for the $10. Who says love what you do? Well, I appreciate you, Katie. And then Abigail, thank you so much for the $10. Who says thank you so much for reading that stat. I feel like I've had a stroke. I tried to speak and I couldn't move. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you, Abigail. And yeah, I mean, it looks like according to that statistic that we read off earlier, 70 to 90% of victims report temporary paralysis. And then Janaea, I appreciate you for the $25 donation as well. Once again, I will be keeping that message to myself because of the sensitive nature of it. Just know that I'm sorry that happened to you. And same thing to you, Sky. Thank you for the $22. And Miss Maya, thank you so much for the $50 as well. He says, I tried to scream and I got hit, so love you, Dean, and thank you for what you do. I'm, once again, just so sorry that happened to you, Maya, and for everybody else sending me these messages. Jeez, man. I appreciate you, Maya, for the $50. Same thing to you, Fantasy Girl. I appreciate you for the $10. Natalie, thank you so much for the $20. And Rachel, thank you for the $20. And Evie, thank you for the 10. I appreciate y'all. I know that you guys did attach some messages to the donations there. Honestly, just really heavy hitting after that last conversation because they related a lot to that last conversation. I read and will read every single one of those messages to myself, but I'm going to keep them. I'm going to keep a lot of these messages to myself, but just know that I am reading them. Nathan, I really appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. And Tara, thank you so much for the $12. Caitlin, and I appreciate you for the 10. Damn. Matthew, I appreciate you for the $10 as well over on Super Chat. We're all caught up for the day. Folks, I got to end. I got to go grab some dinner with a friend that's in town. Parker, are you going live?
Yeah, I'm about to hop on right now. Have a better rest of your night, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, Parker.
See you, bro.
Take care. For everybody watching, if you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to Parker's accounts, at Parker Get a Job on TikTok, at Parker Get a Job on YouTube. If you'd like to possibly come back to the streams on a later date. Hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It's totally free. I got to head out. That'll be all from me for the night. If I missed your donation, just know that every day after I end, I always personally go through them all and make sure that I read them all. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye, folks.